Ivan. Wow. You wanna go? Good enough.
So if you don't know, Hogwarts Legacy is the newest addition to the Harry Potter franchise, and it is expected to be one of the biggest video game launches of the year, as well as one of the most controversial ones. Because there are scores and scores of people on social media saying that if you buy this game, you are transphobic. Though not to put everyone into the most extreme basket, there are others pushing the more mild take that it's simply unethical to buy the game because it supports J.K. Rowling. And so some of the things we've seen in addition to viral Twitter and TikTok posts saying, you know, you're a transphobe if you buy this, we also saw many streamers boycotting because Twitch is hosting an ad campaign for the game. This because even though the game's producer has said that Rowling had no input in the game, and actually people have noticed that there is a trans person in the game, there is an expectation that she's going to accept royalty payments. With trans streamer Nicotine tweeting, "I call on every streamer to join me in taking a stance against bigotry, hatred, and those who support such views." But since then, a number of streamers have gotten early access to the game, and Twitch has become a fucking firestorm. Like, there's this one clip that's gone absolutely viral of girlfriend reviews. You see them getting bombarded by hate comments for playing Hogwarts Legacy. The girlfriend leaves the room in tears.
And every time I look at chat, it's just, the conversation is just like,
maybe we can do like
bothering
a
me.
be right back, like a little break or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this, bro. I'm gonna say this. If I'm playing that game and you in my comment sections, you be like, "Oh, you a turf?" I'm like, "You can suck on the turf nuts."
Oh, you know.
Fuck you. And all you people out there going to cry because you get some angry comments or some losers on Twitter talking about you're retract. Fuck them too. Fuck them all. Loser ass time I can't play a game because it supports. So 95 of shit you wearing right now is going to support somebody that's unethical.
I was about to
Your
say.
goddamn cell phone is going to support unethical behavior.
Doesn't matter if it's iPhone or whatever. If there's a lithium battery in that bitch, you support child labor. You wearing Nikes, child labor. If any of your clothes is made in Bangladesh, child labor, which probably is. Stop. That's exactly my point. But go ahead.
If you want to make the case that you're upset with potential money going to some person involved in the creations, I can understand. But think about how many other people you're going to be harming through the process. How many people put their blood, sweat, and tears into this video game, which by all accounts is an exceptionally well done game. Who cares how you feel about Harry Potter? The game itself is amazing. You're gonna fuck over all these developers, all these designers, everybody worked on the game, the testers, the publishers, everybody.
Well, they should have worked on a better game, Abba. They should have worked on a better game.
Weer die keyboard, weer die tastatuur.
I'm not even gonna get into the fact that J.K. Rowling is or isn't. I don't even care. I'm just thinking about, like, have you guys thought this shit through?
Well, of course not.
People are crying.
Computer
Some of y'all are brittle.
Yeah, I believe that that's the generation that we are right now. People are talking about, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, internet is bad. Yeah, it's bad. It's internet. It's bad. People, whenever they can hide behind a screen or whatever, they're gonna be bad.
I'll say this: I don't even think this generation is soft. I think human beings are generally, for the most part, not equipped to handle criticism.
I
Det er i hvert fald ikke 5, det er i hvert fald 4.
This shit existed 30 years ago.
Yeah.
And people are getting this much hate, they would probably
giver
feel
8.
at the end of the day, people want to be socially accepted by folks themselves.
Det giver 16.
May not have the mental fortitude to be online content creators.
Uff, den blev svært.
Probably had it in a stream where they were actually raising money for the Trevor project. Also, someone even created a website where you can see all the streamers who played the game so you can unfollow or target them, prompting some to call this a literal witch hunt, pun intended. We also had big names in the space weighing in on this, like Asmongold, who stated his position in stark terms.
I don't give a Yeah, if the game's fun to play, I'm gonna play the game.
Man, of course the homeless guy says this, bro. Like, he has nothing to lose.
He's homeless?
You're stupid. This guy's one of the richest creators.
I'm not stupid. I don't know this dude.
Well, you got a whole setup how you play the game.
I don't know this dude. Like, every time, you have to understand, every time you talk about streamer shit, maybe he's a homeless streamer.
Damn.
Maybe that's his shit. I don't know the dude. That's some nerd shit to me, you understand? I don't know that word.
Yo, low-key, I wouldn't mind watching a homeless kid.
You know what I mean,
Low-key, like,
Næste gang, man, så må du op og må du uploade derinde.
Gotta get some crack. Like, I'd watch
Du begynder at sætte blå så gå på.
Hey, subscribe, so I need to get my fix.
All right, let's put this stream on pause. Gotta suck some dick for this crack. Yo, that's a wild pause.
Wouldn't that be fucking entertaining?
Forget an ad break. How about some crack break?
Det var det, Hassan.
That's wild.
If people get mad about something on Twitter, you just ignore it for like 3 days and it goes away.
Then pointing to exploitative labor practices in the third world and accusing the boycotters of hypocrisy.
Like, is this really worse? Like, how are you boycotting Harry Potter, but you're not boycotting Apple?
Yo, Asmongold, just because you're homeless doesn't mean you get to steal our takes. What the fuck is you talking about, bro? I'm getting so sick of white creators. Just taking from niggas.
Nej, det gør han i hvert fald ikke. Det er dig, der spiller hele tiden. Du er sådan en drillepind.
All you people support this dude.
Du er sådan en
Y'all too.
drillepind.
Hassan Biker, who's a massive streamer, speaking on this.
The only reason why I'm not playing this game, and
Where is it,
people are
block
not
over?
playing this game, is because we know that it's not worth it to get bullied endlessly and called transphobic endlessly in when we have massive queer communities and audiences. That's it.
Ja, det går
You're not
ondt.
playing the game. You don't get called transphobic
Jeg
endlessly.
tror, du skulle passe på med
Now
det
you know how
der.
we felt when you couldn't do that to us.
Transphobic, 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 transphobic.
This is you.
I mean, you gotta own it a little bit. You talk about it's unfair. Brother, you're part of that culture.
Yeah, you said that.
You're part of the problem.
You said that.
You're the one who throws them labels out very loosely.
You said-
It's because you're
Come on,
transphobic.
Hassan, come on.
Transphobia. That's you. And I don't wish it on you. I don't think it's fair that these people are doing that. But I'm not gonna lie, you kind of bitch made when the fucking monster you created is coming for you and now you want to get out the way. Let it eat everybody else.
Yeah.
No, that's your problem. You helped create that.
You said that to an actual trans person.
Listen.
You're just trans. You don't understand.
Hey, I'm just saying, it's kind of crazy right now.
Yeah,
That
get it.
motherfucker's like,
And I want people to have a more positive approach
to dealing with issues. Transphobes, transphobic, 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 transphobic. You are just a trans person. Sorry, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Let me just say this. You're still bitch made for not playing the fucking game because you're afraid of some bullying. He's what? Bitch made. Okay? But I'll say this. Yes. Listen, I'm sorry. You're a grown ass man who can't play a game because you're worried about some Twitter words. Like, bro, stop it. I don't want to be called transphobic. Like, fuck you. Oh, you turf. Yeah, whatever. Team turf, nigga. Let's go. Woo woo. I don't care. Bro, people have called me that for so long at this point. It doesn't mean anything. We should come out with merch.
That's what I started to do.
Yeah, just take everything they say, just turn it to merch.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Team turf, whatever.
That's what I did. Like, I'm probably not gonna make merch Team Turf, but yeah, everybody keep calling us Apple and Peach. I made some Apple and Peach merch that's gonna be available soon.
We like apples, we like peaches, eat them, whatever. Buy the merch too. I don't care.
You like peaches?
People have used the word transphobic for everything that it doesn't mean anything. So yeah, I am transphobic. Whatever makes you feel good. Yeah, I'm racist. I'm xenophobic, agoraphobic, whatever other phobic. I am. Yeah, I am. So what? Suck my. I just realized saying suck my dick to a trans person is a wild thing to say.
Not really.
No?
No, because you can return the favor.
Okay, that's actually transphobic though. When we talk about
Everybody knows how much leftist love to chirp on the internet. They got no power. All they do is chirp, chirp, chirp. And that's precisely why so many people that would otherwise like play it, maybe even raise money for, charities or whatever. I got yelled at endlessly and relentlessly on my alt account. Like they were making it seem like I was already transphobic for even thinking about this. And now look at that.
What he's referencing there is that earlier he tweeted, I was planning on playing Hogwarts Legacy and inviting every streamer friend who plans on playing it to a healthy competition to do a fundraiser for trans charities of our choosing. It is also something I've seen other creators like the Actman mention in the past, or the general idea being if the game itself is not transphobic and your issue is with J.K. Rowling, why don't you negate that benefit by donating to trans charities? But whatever your opinion of this situation is, there's one thing that is undeniable, and that is that this game may actually be one of the most successful launches of the year. It's already topping bestseller lists for both PC and console. People are viewing it on Twitch like crazy.
Don't you love it when transphobia thrives? It's just so basic. Isn't it just delicious?
Fucking Christ, dude.
I mean, let me just say, put another dub up there for Team Turf. I mean, we're starting off this league 3 points ahead of everybody else. Team Turf in the building. Hogwarts Legacy, what is it? Transphobia.
And here's the thing, the sales for this have probably been supercharged because of this controversy. Like half the shit I know about this game has been force-fed to me because social media platforms love that algorithm. Engagement, especially because the only people that are gonna be hurt in this situation are content creators. Right? How many times have we seen backlash on social media about a thing and then it just not in any way affect how many people actually played the thing? Especially because everything about this ends up promoting the game. Even inaction or the absence of it becomes a news story. Where, for example, several gaming outlets have declined to review the game. And IGN that did tackle it added this caveat where it said, quote, whether it's ethical to play is a separate but still very important question.
You know what, low-key? I'll say this. I feel bad for a lot of trans folks. A lot of them don't care about this.
No.
Most of them don't give a fuck about this.
It's the one that do it very loud.
Yeah, it's not even them. Just like it is with a lot of black issues, it's a bunch of white leftist streamers who feel like they want to get online with their blue hair and talk about like, I can't get a job and I'm disabled. Shut up, okay? Content creators got to grow some fucking balls, okay? Stop being such goddamn pussies. Grab your dick, grab your pum pum, grab whatever you got. If you got both, use them. If you switched it up, use them too. Okay, and get to work. Get to work.
What the fuck?
Whatever you added, remove, subtracted, inverted, outverted. I don't care. Use it. Anything you want to say about Harry Potter? Big fan? No.
Not a big fan.
You don't think it's kind of gay that they get on broomsticks and try to chase flying balls?
I'm just gonna leave it at that.
No, you know, nobody that kind of get. No, I'm not gonna lie. J.K. Rowling is a fire MC name.
Yes.
Ain't it? Yo, J.K. Rowling, cause nigga, we stay rolling on the enemies, the turfs, the
Do you know who like Lauren Southern is?
Yeah.
Okay, there's always something I run into when I meet certain conservative women is it feels like sometimes, and I would include you in this bubble, do you ever worry that you come off as like, what would you be in your world, like very masculine? Because I feel like you've got a lot of confidence, you're very intelligent, you're very well spoken. It seems like you're willing to jump into these things, right? But aren't those like all like, wouldn't you guys say those are masculine traits? Like, aren't you being masculine? But
yeah,
why? Don't you think it's like if like all women could learn to do these things, like be assertive, like have strong opinions, like I feel like it's such a shallow or low like sad engagement with the subject of like femininity and masculinity, where like red pill people often give a ton of good advice for the worst reasons, and I run into that so many times. So like when you say things like, okay, wait, so I have to kill you. Okay, hold on, I'm so sorry. Go ahead. Introduce yourself for everybody.
Oh yeah, my name's Allie Drummond. I have a YouTube channel at RealFemSapien. I'm also on Instagram and Twitter by the same handles. I guess at this point, I'm a cultural commentator, and I just talk about various topics that I'm interested in. I think some topics that I find interesting and sometimes helpful would be like red pill content. I started a Substack, so that's fun. I'm gonna put girls onto some girl game because apparently we suck. And yeah, you know, I would consider myself socially conservative. Politically conservative, I'm not really sure because I don't think that word means anything these days. So if it ever gets around to meaning something, I'm sure I can redefine myself.
Okay. Okay, before we go farther, shoot, hold on. I gotta fix, my mic is fucking up a little bit. 1 second, hold on. Okay, I'm here. Okay. Red pill, dating stuff, girl, game. Why did you reach out to me? What was the, why? What did you see or what? Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm not trying to be mean, but
be mean. Hold on. All right, you're on one of the meanest places on the internet, so be mean. Okay, go.
Okay. Well, I saw that you talked to Torsha, and I saw that you talked to Pearl, and I just feel like, I don't know. For some reason, I ended up going down the red pill rabbit hole, and I think that I could articulate it better than them. Well,
you're not even being mean to. You're not even being mean to me. You're being mean to other people. Lame. Okay, go ahead. Articulate it.
Well, no, I don't think I have any bones to pick with you. I think you're actually pretty interesting.
Well, but I'm like super anti-red pill, so we'll see.
Yeah, well, no, I think you might be more masculine than I suspected because I was listening to you on your stream earlier, and you know, I was blushing. I was like, oh my god, like he talks how a man would talk. So it was very counter to what I thought, you know, what I was expecting, because everyone's like, well, he hates masculinity. I'm like, well, he talks like a man. So there you go. But okay. Yeah, no, I'm just trying to, I don't think I want to necessarily advocate for it. It's just there's good stuff in there if you decide to use it for something that's going to benefit you in your life. If you choose to use it for like hedonism, or if you choose to use it for, I'm talking about like red pill theory and content like that. If you choose to use it to blame women for your problems, then obviously that's not going to be helpful for you.
Yeah, I would agree. Well, where do you want to start?
Well, I guess, you know, maybe you could say what you hate about it, or what you don't like, or what you're anti. I might end up agreeing with you a lot. We'll see.
I think men are more similar to women than they are different, but I think we have some extreme differences that we have to account for, especially when it comes to like dating and sex. I don't prescribe to the whole, or subscribe to the whole, like evolutionary psychology tells us that women are hunting for resources and men are doing this and blah, 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 and it's evil that women are working because it breaks the social order. I don't subscribe to that. I think that male and female social roles are pretty malleable, that like broadly we follow like some rough trends in terms of where men end up and where women end up, but that we have a lot of flexibility in those roles. I don't think that women that work are evil. I don't think men that stay at home are like breaking anything. Yeah, I don't know which are there. Usually when people come to me, it's because we've had like a strong disagreement on something. So, but most of the things that I fight with have to do with like the hedonist red pill shit. And it sounds like if you're against that, that's going to be like the lion's share of what I talk about.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, hedonism isn't good for anybody. I know you're on the very progressive side of things. We were talking about some stuff earlier, and I was like, like my ears. And I was like, it's fine.
Well, like what? Okay, yeah, what things? Yeah, might as well. Because otherwise we're gonna sit here nodding at each other like idiots all the time. So
I know. No, I mean just drug use. I'm like, oh, that's not good for anybody. But I think it's
wait, drugs are. How do you not like drugs? Drugs are awesome. Do you drink coffee?
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Well, I
do
mean,
like
like,
coffee.
I'm not gonna be here to like, oh, well, coffee is just like doing LSD, right? That would be stupid. But I'm saying like there are some substances that we take and they affect the way that we look at the world, we process things. It can affect our mood, and sometimes like visiting those places can be fun. I think alcohol was the same way, right? Or are you like super anti-alcohol too?
No, I just think that some people can't handle alcohol. I know I'm one of those people. If I have one drink, I have to have 6. So I think I have that weird genetic predisposition where, you know, there's some chimps out there that will drink themselves to a slumber. And I think that I happen to be one of those people. So I just choose to abstain. I'm also pregnant. So obviously I should not be drinking if I'm pregnant, but alcoholic women do it all the time. I think I'm just not used to people using drugs ethically or with informed consent, I suppose. Because I think there's a Dr. Carl Hart who I would agree with him. I think that it's probably better for everyone if we decriminalize all drugs so that they can be regulated through the FDA. So that way we have less bad batches that, you know, lead to like overdose. And then we also have more education that goes into the drug use. Like, hey, if you take a downer with another downer, you're going to put yourself into respiratory distress or, you know, like cardiac arrest and things like that. So that's my position on it. But I do think that that I've seen where my life has improved significantly by trying to live more, I guess, more moralistic or traditional or what have you. It's hard to even describe it as that because what is traditionalism these days? It's just really benefited my life to not do everything that my brain tells me to do on a whim. Not that you're doing that at all.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think that drugs should be looked at as like a life enhancer, not like a depressant avoider. Like if you're using drugs, you're like, oh, I want to have like a little bit of fun right now, and I think a drug would make that really cool. I think that's probably an okay way to utilize it. But if you're like, my life is fucking horrible and I have to use this drug to just like get by or like to escape, then I think that puts you in a really bad spot. And I think a lot of people use drugs as kind of coping mechanisms for day-to-day life rather than just like, oh, I'm going to do this because it seems like a fun thing to do right now, and then I'm going to be done with it and move on because like my life is okay, you know.
Yeah, I think I just disagree with, you know, traditional values. On people should try them to see if it makes their relationships more functional. And I know you're very much on the progressive side of things too. I'm not sure, do you consider yourself egalitarian?
I mean, like, doesn't everybody? I feel like it's kind of a worthless word. I mean, I would say yes, of course I do, but I mean, I feel like that's like saying, like, do you see yourself as being like rational or logical? It's like, well, yeah, of course, I'm quite egalitarian, I'm quite rational, but I mean, it depends on what you mean by that, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, so my position on men and women is that they're complements. So I hold a complementarian view. I don't go for the egalitarian bit at all because I think a lot of people push the egalitarianism, but I don't think it's rooted in reality. And I think that every couple is egalitarian until they have a baby, and they start to notice gender differences pretty quickly in that moment in time. So it's cute, but I don't think it's factual to reality. I think men and women are complements. But more so, I just think people should try out some traditional things and see if it functions better for them. Because I know that there's different flavors and different styles of marriage. I think the real testimony to marriage is, are you both happy? Do you both want to have sex with each other? Are your children well-rounded? However you choose to get there, you know, like, that's fine. But I think people really underestimate choosing a complementarian lens for their relationship and having that outlook. Just because I see a lot of dissatisfaction on the woman's side of things when it comes to marriage, and it's because they didn't marry a man that they looked up to, which would require that they marry a masculine man, and there's a lot of issues that come with that.
Okay, I broadly agree with what you're saying, but I imagine that the things you mean when you say some of these things are things I would disagree with, but we'd have to start heading off in one of those directions. Where do you want to go?
We can. It's just hard for me to tell because I know I disagree with you, but I'm a disagreeable woman, but I'm not disagreeable.
Good. Not very feminine, but a very good trait, I think. But go ahead.
Well, I'm 10%. I think I scored 10 percentile in compassion, so that was really interesting. But I'm 92% in politeness, so that's cool.
Okay.
So I would just have to see, you know, what point of views that you have that I feel strongly about. I know that I think feminism, it was all bad. That's what I mean. I know for sure.
You think feminism was all bad?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't think that before, but I've been kind of working to see if that was a lens that I could hold, and I think I got there. We say prior to today.
Couldn't you say arguably that like your existence online as a content creator doing stuff is kind of a little bit feminist in nature?
That would require using the lens that you think that women got what they wanted through women and not through men.
Well, I mean, it was through men and women, right? I mean, we all lived together, right?
No, I don't think that. I think that men love us and care about us and gave us a lot of liberties. Like I don't.
Well,
I
but they
don't
didn't
think that
just
we
give
got
it, right? Women had to fight for it, right? Like women's suffrage wasn't just like all men were like, okay, let's do this for women. Like I think a lot of women were fighting for it too. Yeah.
I mean, I think that's what it looks like, but I don't think that that's true. I think that good men often address the oppression of bad men. And I think that the good men of society would have always liberated women or chosen to in the West. I think other nations are not there, but we're, I think, the first culture that's post-industrialization. So I just hold the lens that men genuinely, the other half of the population, they genuinely care for us and they do things to liberate us all the time. So that's why I would say feminism, I could say, is all bad, because I view it to be more of a female supremacy movement. And I'm Puerto Rican, just FYI. I know I'm on the light skin side of things. It's winter out here. But I don't think Susan B. Anthony did anything for colored women. I know people say that, but I don't agree with that at all. Like, I think she was just concerned about the white woman's right to vote. So it's like really foolish when I go to undergrad and these social science professors want me to champion this white woman. And it's like, why? I don't think I was ever in consideration in her mind.
Okay. Well, okay. If women hadn't had fought for the right to vote, for the women's suffrage movement, do you think men, well, let's start with here. Do you think men would have given it on the same timetable, or would it have been later, or would it have not happened at all?
I think it would have taken longer, but men had to wait thousands of years to get the right to vote in the first place. Like, we had monarchies prior to, the democracy that we have today.
Well, men didn't have to wait to get the right to vote. It was poor men that had to wait, right?
Yeah, which would have been most men.
Yeah, but still, it wasn't barred based on sex. It was barred based on class, right? Like in those cases, like the aristocratic women didn't get to vote, right? Even though they were higher class women. So I think that the distinction there was drawn on class, not on them being men, right?
Okay.
I feel like in any system where women, or I'm sorry, where there's an oppressor and oppressee, if the oppressee is fighting for things, then the oppressor is necessarily always going to be the one to grant that thing. But I feel like with that philosophical paradigm you set up, that no person can ever fight for anything from an oppressor, because it always, at the end of the day, has to be granted by the oppressee, unless they literally kill all of them, right?
Can you repeat your last two sentences? Because I'm trying to follow. Because oppressor, oppressee, I'm like trying to keep up. I'm like, this is double negative. What?
Sorry. Let's say that you have like a group of people that is owning another group of people, right?
Okay.
It feels like with the logic you've given me, the only way, no matter what happens, if the group of people that's being owned is no longer being owned, then it's just because of the owner group of people decided to change their mind, because they're the only ones with the power to do so.
I wouldn't say that it's a drive to like change their mind. I think it's just gradual, that the goodness of men would have yielded that to begin with, just in due time. I think we want to very much, rush progress and reach it overnight, but that's kind of foolish, really. I mean, we get it, and sometimes it's slow, but I think it would have always happened. Like, I think that men, this is my thing, right? It was important for women to have economic autonomy, and especially prior to in a world that didn't have birth control. It was really important, because if you were married and you became a widow, and you had all of these children to take care of, but you didn't have access to an education, you didn't have access to decent work, you would have been put immediately in destitution. And that's what happened with the poorhouses or the workhouses that were in London. And they did separate the women from their children. So it's just my opinion. I think that men saw that, and when they were liberated, they liberated women. That's why I think feminism is all bad, because I think it just comes down to female supremacy, especially if you consider like the terrorist roots of it. And it doesn't seem to me that it was about all women. It just seems to me like it was about white women. And I think it continues to be about white women. I think they're very out of touch with these low SES minority women who they try to use to advocate for their points. I think it's disingenuous. I think they don't, I mean, I'm out of the low SES now, but I was born into that. I think they're out of touch with women like us.
Sure, but like if it was the case that women were, that men were just going to grant these things to women because I guess they really love them and they're nice, why didn't they get it so much sooner?
Well, I would have to look at how hard it was for all men to get the right to vote. It seems like men got the right to vote, I think, from what I can remember, is the 15th Amendment in 1870. And then it seems like women got the right to vote through the 19th Amendment in 1920. But there's lots of caveats to that, like property ownership, race, what have you. I'm sure there's much more detail than that. So from my perspective and my lens, once all men got the right to vote, it wasn't long thereafter that they got or attempted to get women all the right to vote, if that makes sense. I know like the suffragists and the suffragettes were, you know, talking about it, but I mean, I think at the end of the day, men had to say yes.
Well, of course, but then that goes back to what I said before, that like, I feel like with that line of logic, anytime you've got a group of people that is over another group of people, necessarily any progress that underclass makes is always going to be reliant on the upper class saying yes, right? It just has to be by definition, right? Unless they literally kill them all.
No, I think I agree with you, actually, because I'm trying to think about it, because I'm on the love beat lately, where I'm just like, everyone's just so sweet. But yeah, I think that if you see the error of your ways, you are called to change your mind. That would be a changing of the mind.
Sure.
So,
which
yeah,
I agree with, but I mean,
think,
like, you kind of need somebody to show you the error of your ways, right? That's what I feel like.
I'm just not convinced that there weren't other men having these conversations. I don't think that it was just women out here ranting and raving. I think it was also...
It was definitely a combination of both, right? Like, men helped, like, women suffragists wouldn't have worked without men being willing to vote and shit for it, right? But... do you think that it's possible that somebody could identify as a feminist and not be like a female supremacist, or like identify as a feminist and not like hate men, I guess, or?
Well, yeah, I think most women are born feminists. I mean, I don't even think that, I remember being a lukewarm liberal, not thinking much about my convictions, being 18 and Latina, and just registering as a Democrat because that's just what my culture does. I mean, my parents are still, like, they're very Gen X Democrats, you know, Obama to the day they die. And I remembered being pro-choice because I just thought it was a woman's right. But I didn't, when I thought about if I would do it personally, I had to think more about my convictions on it, and I ended up realizing that I naturally didn't want to ever terminate a pregnancy. And then I started realizing, like, around looking at other women, that I think that that's a lot of their suggestions. I mean, I think that's how they feel too. I think most women don't even want to terminate their pregnancy, but because we're kind of indoctrinated in this feminist gynocentric society, I think we have a feminist leaning. And I do think that we live in a gynocentric social order. I like 100% believe that.
Don't you think it's possible that there might be legitimate reasons why a normal, healthy, of sound mind woman would want to terminate a pregnancy?
Normal, healthy, and sound mind. Normal.
Like, not like a brainwash, but like it might just be like, I'm super not ready at this stage of my life to have a child, and it might be better for me to terminate this pregnancy before carrying it to term and seeing what life is like on the other side, basically?
No, I don't think that. I think it often comes down to some form of pathology. I think it can even come down to an IQ. Just from women that I've talked to that have terminated, it's like, I think that women terminate pregnancies not because of all the reasons that the liberal professors want to put on poor brown women. I think women terminate pregnancy because they don't want that man's baby, because I've seen women have babies that they couldn't afford, like on purpose. I think that researchers are just out of touch, and they're trying to use the bottom lower class to justify the whole. I don't think that makes sense. But I do think that it comes down to like a pathological problem for the most part, or like, yeah, I would say it's probably some brainwashing too, and then an IQ thing. They just don't have the intelligence to comprehend the actions that they're committing, basically. Because I don't view abortion. Can I say abortion on here?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. YouTube is like picky.
Okay.
I don't view abortion as any different than shooting somebody in the face. But that's me, and I didn't even start off like that. Like, I was pro-choice, and then I had more and more time to think about it and sit down logically, and I was like, oh my gosh, I think this is killing another person.
I guess, don't we think, I don't understand how we can say that it seems like a low IQ thing, where like if a person is going to be in a markedly worse spot in life, if they do, if they have a child, that getting an abortion is like, you have to be an idiot to do that. It feels like for some people that might be like the logical choice.
Well, it seems like, I mean, that's presupposing that children are a hindrance.
Well, financially, like, well, they are in some ways, of course.
I mean, that's hard for me to say too, because I'm saying like I'm from these neighborhoods, like these women. I'm telling you, this is my opinion, okay, and it could be a totally biased worldview just from what I've experienced. And at the end of the day, if they want that man's baby, they're gonna have that baby.
Sure, there might be, but I'm not saying there might be some that scam this stuff. I'm just saying that like we can envision that there are rational reasons why having an abortion would make sense, right?
Well, okay. I think if a woman was sincere and honest and said, hey, you know, I chose to terminate my pregnancy. I do believe I ended a human life, and I did it so that I could have professional success. I think if they said it out loud, just like that, then I could get on board with it. But it seems like a lot of the times they kind of, I did it because it was my choice, you know?
Okay, that's weird. I mean, I don't know anybody that's had an abortion that sounds like that. That sounds like a that sounds like a caricature of a person, right? I feel like most people that have abortions, like abortion is really hard. Even if you're super pro-choice, like an abortion is a hard thing to do. It leaves the emotional feeling is not good. There's a lot of support that you usually need afterwards. Like you had a dude inside of you, and now the dude is not inside of you. Like I've heard of the whole like, oh, liberals celebrate abortion. They get it like Halloween candy or whatever. I mean, I'm sure there might be some people that do that, but I mean, I think in general, I feel like it's a pretty hard decision to make. I don't know how many people celebrate having had an abortion. I'm sure there are some out there, but
I don't think it's that hard. Like I think that we overestimate women's empathy. I think
you don't think it's hard to have an abortion?
No, I don't think it is for some women. I think that we think that because we want to see the best in women. But we were talking about how the sexes are pretty similar, right? And they are very similar in empathy. I know people want to make out like women are the more empathetic sex. That's not true. And in fact, if men are compensated, they can perform more empathetic judgments per some studies. So I think that we just like to think that, oh, it must be really hard for these women, when in reality, like some of them don't care.
I don't think I would ever assume that. That sounds like a wild assumption. You're on like some evil level of stuff there. If you think of
so now we're calling it evil. Like, you know, it's like I think that some of them really do think that it's a choice, right? And I don't think that they necessarily feel bad. I used to think that. I used to think if women understood what abortion was, that they wouldn't do it, and they're just misinformed. But then I came across this one Instagram, and it's called Not a Victim Abolition, and it's like these women know that they're ending another human life, and sometimes they paint narratives that are really sad. But I mean, honestly, I'm just really biased from my own personal family experience when it comes to abortion. I mean, maybe I'm biased and maybe I'm seeing something that other people don't, but there's women that are high in narcissism, and they just don't care. Like, it's just their choice, and when they find a man that they like who got them pregnant, they will have that baby. And that, to me, you know, that's messing with the sanctity of life, and we can see that leak out in other areas like MAID, medical assistance in dying. And then we can see it where now we have some weird Norwegian philosopher trying to see if we can have brain dead women donate their wombs. Like, we're getting further and further from the sanctity of life, and I think that starts with, you know, a conversation about, do we have a fundamental right to be born? And I mean, I think that we do. I mean, I don't know. So that's just my position, but I've talked to some women, and it's not as serious as you guys make it out to be. It's just a choice. Like, it's an option. It's an opportunity for them. What's nuts to me is that we have birth control and we still have this stuff on the table. Like, that doesn't, like, why, then what was the point?
Well, you have, okay. You said you're pregnant now?
Yeah.
This is your first one?
Second pregnancy, first child.
Okay. Do you, am I allowed to ask how pregnant you are?
Yeah, I'm 6 months.
Okay. The way that it's been explained to me, because I don't know, because I have no babies in me, to my knowledge.
Well, I mean, you got half of many, so.
Sure. I think you feel, I've heard this, and I don't know if I believe women when I say this, but I believe all women, whatever. I've heard that you can feel pretty early on when you're pregnant, before you've taken a positive test, that you can like start to have feelings that like something is a little bit different. And then, especially once you've gotten a positive test, and especially once you're like a few months in, like you can start to have like a feeling develop about like a thing inside of you. I feel like it would take a special type of person to abort that with no emotional feeling whatsoever. And I'm sure there are some that could, but I think in general, I think it's a pretty rough call, even for women that are pro-choice. I think it's a pretty tough thing to do.
I wouldn't say that it's all women, because like what I'm talking about is more of a concept of maternal narcissism, which is what I see that's a problem in the low SES community. And there's like elements of gynocentrism, and if you want to get Latin with it, there's a concept of Marianismo. I don't think it's all women. I think some women make the choice and they resent it or regret it afterward, and I think that that's really sad, and they do come out and they share stories about it, but somebody like convinced them that this was going to be like the better outcome for them, and then they're on the other side of that, and that's more so what I want to prevent. I think abortion hurts women more than it helps women, but if we're going back to like, you know, feeling a bond with your baby, I mean,
you can always have another kid, right? You can always get pregnant again.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing. They're like, well, I could just do it again.
Well, but I mean, you can, right?
Yeah, you mean? I think so. I know I've read some things that suggest that it can mess with your fertility after the fact, but I don't think that's on the whole. And most women who terminate have a child anyway. Well, I think I have let me find my Google Doc, but I think it was like 60%, maybe 40%, I can't recall, but there's a lot of women that are already mothers that terminate. So like, I just think that it's maternal narcissism, and I think that comes from, you know, like, well,
can you explain, what do you mean when you say that?
So the red pill would call it solipsism, right? And I think that that's a real thing. But when I talk about maternal narcissism, so if we're talking about low SES brown people, there's typically some sort of agriculture background. So for Latinos, it's going to be, well, yeah, for Latinos, it's going to be agriculture. For the Black community, it's going to be sharecropping, right? Because that's probably what's still affecting us today through like our grandparents. So for us, on the Latin side of things, like my grandma's first job was plantain picking and coffee bean picking. So when it came to emotional intelligence and development for their children, there was none, because raising children to them is just, you know, do you have food? Do you have shelter? Do you have clothes? If so, you're taken care of. So there was no emotional development. And then we get, you know, like brought into the United States where we have a lot of abundance that we're not really familiar with. But so the maternal narcissism is like in our cultures and communities, the mother is close to God, right? And this is going to be more on the Latin tip, okay? So on the Latin tip, that brings in a concept of Marianismo, which is, do you understand Marianismo? Are you familiar?
Nope.
Okay. So like the red pill would just call it gynocentrism, and it's true, because that's what you were talking about earlier. I guess like somebody who's Black got mad at you about something. I don't remember. So the mom in the Latin community is close to Holy Mother Mary, right? And then there's machismo. I think you're familiar with machismo because you would probably refer to it as like toxic masculinity or something like that. Okay. So like mom is close to Mother Mary. She's holy and she's above reproach. So they get away with a lot more. Right, and that feeds into a narcissism because they didn't have the emotional development from their agriculture parents, so they just don't have it. They have a hard time connecting with their children. And then we have this gynocentric social order in the United States that says you can do whatever you want. This is your right. And so I think that's how we get to women who don't care about terminating a pregnancy. I think it's like solipsism and narcissism. So that's a hard breakdown for me to say, like how I've seen it in my life. I'm not sure what it's like for white women, but it's a big enough problem in the Latin community that if you look for it, you'll find some content about it on YouTube, definitely on Instagram, because there's a whole slew of children that are trying to recover from maternal narcissism that I found my little way into. So yeah, I think some women just don't care about terminating the pregnancy. I really do think that, but I think that would probably be a pathology or an IQ problem.
Why are they, if they already have kids and they're getting abortions, where does the maternal narcissism play into that?
Well, because the kid is not their own person. Like the kid to them is just an extension of themselves.
Okay.
Like it's hard to explain. Like these women are holier than thou, above reproach. They get away with, well, literally, I guess if you want to talk about abortion, it'd be murder. But they get away with like things like child abuse too. So that's what I'm saying is like we think that women are the more empathetic sex. I don't think so. I think we're about as empathetic as men are, and I don't think that men are low in empathy. I think we're about the same. So I think we're capable of not caring about terminating these babies. I think we're capable of that, but I think we don't want to say that because that would make women look bad.
Okay. I mean, obviously, I don't think that the fetuses are quite human yet, but that's probably like a whole other conversation.
I hope I'm making sense. Like I know I feel like Camille Paglia when I talk. Like,
what was that?
She's one of the OG anti-feminists. I guess technically she's trans, but I don't think she identifies as trans. But then she's got some weird relation to the Nambla people, so I don't know how good it is to mention her. But the way that she talks, she's very all over the place, which is where I'm at. So I'm trying my best to be as articulate as possible, but I do have a pretty quick thinking mind. It's very hard for me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. Where do you want to go from here? I'm not sure.
I don't know. Where do you want to take me? I think like the abortion debate is so like dead to me. I have an entire like point counterpoint situation for abortion, but it's just like I think it just comes down more and more to this is a human life that you're ending, a human life with potential, and some people just choose to end it for reasons, and I don't agree with it. I think that conservatives are delusional about how to handle the situation. They want an all-out ban when abortion is as old as so whenever women figured out they could unpregnant themselves. I think it's about as old as that. And yeah, so I get some heat because I think it should be regulated on a state level, and they're like, oh well, don't you think it should just be completely federally illegal? I'm like, that's really cute that you think that would even happen. Like that's really
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, probably not going back to that. I feel like we have like I think we're very, very, very far apart from each other in a lot of these things. So I don't know. Like, I can't really. If I tackle with any of the higher level concepts you're saying, we're gonna have to like go down into like really deep stuff to figure out where our disagreements lie.
I mean, we can if you want to. I know that you're more progressive than me. I'm socially conservative. I know that I'm Christian. Obviously, I'm Latina. I'm in an age gap marriage. I think that the red pill is helpful if you look for things that are going to help you with your life. Like the fact that it helped me to get married and pregnant is sad because I think women should have educated me on that and not a bunch of dudes on YouTube. But I digress. This is where we are at. So
What do you mean when you say you're like in an age gap marriage? What does that mean?
My husband is 23 years older than me, and then I get a lot of, opinions on that because I'm young, I'm Latin, and then obviously it's creepy, and I've been groomed, even though I approached him when I was 25. So that's always a good time. That's always fun, and I think that infantilizes women. So, like, yeah, like the chat is like, oh my god.
So sorry, just to understand. So you were 25 and he was 48. Okay.
You look good to me though.
Are you worried about like raising children?
Am I worried about raising children? You mean like because I might outlive him?
Well, you might walk him. Like he'll be, into his 60s, I guess, when your kids are teens. Do you have are you worried that maybe I'm gonna have to take care of like him if something goes wrong medically and my children at the same time or something, or?
I've thought about a lot of these things because it bothered me at first. So when I was attracted to him, I had a lot of cognitive dissonance. I didn't know what to do, and I felt like it was just something that I should run from because I guess it's atypical these days. It is. Like, I know the red pill's like older men and younger women. It's like the match made in heaven. Like, it's an outlier. Okay, like, stop it. Right? But I think I would have really missed an opportunity at love, at a good quality love, if I had not taken it. But it does come with compromises, and I think women need to accept that they're going to have to make some compromises in dating. I compromised on age. It comes with some, responsibility, but you have to choose your heart. So have I thought about me having to take care of him in old age? Unless he has a genetic disease, I don't think that that's going to be a problem. He's very physically fit. Like, I didn't marry, like an average middle-aged man. I married a physically fit one, much stronger than me, more disciplined, and I think that it would be better to have a quality marriage with polarity, so somebody that I love and I'm attracted to. That I would rather have that and it be shorter than to have a longer marriage with somebody that's kind of like mediocre and I'm not really that into. Like, he's just that guy to me. So
I mean, I don't disagree. If you told me you were 16 when you met, I'd have way different feelings on it. But if you're 25, if you're 25, the age gap is like a red flag, obviously, but like a red flag doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong. But if you chose because you were looking for an age gap that big, I would say there's probably something bad going on there. But if it just happened to be the guy that you met and you love him and there just happens to be a big age gap, I mean, it's a big one, but it's not the worst thing in the world, I don't think.
No, I've thought about it because he used to keep me up at night. I was like, this doesn't seem, logistically, it doesn't seem like a smart decision, but I think romantically, it is the right decision for me.
Sure. How long have you guys been together for?
We've been together, I think, 2.5 years, and then we'll be married for a year at the end of the month.
Gotcha. How old is your first child?
So that was a miscarriage that I had. So I've been pregnant twice. This is my second time. This is going to be our first child.
I thought when you said you'd been pregnant twice and I thought you had one child and one miscarriage. But you mean the pregnancy you have right now is your... Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm very public about that just because I think it's important for women to understand, like, as much as we want to shield women from the biological burden of reproduction, some, bad things still happen anyway, and I think it's just better if we kind of accept it at times. But that's been an interesting journey where I'm like, is the medical sector helping me or hurting me this pregnancy? I can't decide.
Sure.
But yeah, that was just something that, so that's what the red pill helped me with, right? Because I felt some type of way. I was like, he's older than me, I shouldn't do that. But then they explained, here's logically why an older man who has resources, who is physically fit, might be attractive to you. So that was one thing. The other thing was, I'm a big believer in pheromones and histocompatibility. I'll know if I'm right on this. I'm running kind of an experiment, but I found out that I'm a carrier for a very damaging recessive gene for like a bad disease. I'm not gonna say what it is, but I think I'm married today too because I like how he smells. So he's getting tested for this same disease, and if if he's not a carrier, I'm gonna be like, yes, like I won the histocompatibility lottery. Like, so I'm excited about that to see how that goes. But you can ask like tons of questions about it, because like I think there's some stuff in the chat people think like red pill grooming. No, like he certainly didn't groom me. And my husband did show me the red pill, but it's because I was complaining about women to him, and I didn't know what to call it. I was frustrated. I thought that there was something wrong with me. I'm like, why can't I hold female friendships? And then I ended up realizing like, oh, well, maybe there is something culturally wrong with women. And then, aside from that, there's a lot I could get into. I think that women are lied to on so many things about this fake sisterhood. It's like, it's not a real thing. Like, these girls are not your friends, in my opinion. I could be wrong.
Are girls not friends with other girls, or?
I think girls are seasonal friends with other women for the most part. But I think I'm also at a disadvantage. I'm not trying to be mean. I think I'm smarter than a lot of women, and so I think it just makes it hard to socialize with them. I genuinely feel depressed when I talk to women who are not as smart as me, and I don't think that I would be smarter than you. I think that I don't know. My husband thinks I'm 115. I don't know. So, but it's very depressing to socialize with other women, and so I thought for a long time, oh well, like obviously it's me. So he ends up showing me some red pill stuff. I knew what to call it, and it's just I have a lot of problem with unethical female behavior that occurs that there's excuses for. I think it's really damaging.
What's an example of unethical female behavior?
I think women get away with child abuse.
What does child abuse mean?
So there's 5 forms of child abuse: verbal abuse, emotional abuse, physical neglect, emotional neglect, and I think, is it sexual abuse? I think that might be the last one. I think women get away with things that if fathers were to do them, they would be publicly admonished or put to jail.
Like, do you think that fathers don't engage in any of these, or do you think that they don't engage in them because you just don't parent as much, or what do you think?
I mean, I know men and women are capable of aggression to the same degree, except when it comes to like physical aggression, men actually hurt people. So women will physically aggress, but it's not that physically damaging, harmful, I would say. So we're both equally capable of aggression, but whenever we hear about child abuse, we only hear about it from like the male perpetrator side of things. That's usually the caricature that we see in academia. I think there's a big chunk of academia that isn't looking into female propagated child abuse, and I think that children don't even know what to call it. I think that they're just like, oh, my mom was strict. They don't think upon reflection, oh, my mom physically assaulted me, my mom emotionally neglected me, abused me, blah, blah, blah. But if it was their father, they'd be very quick and able to label that and address it. So I think like women get away with these things in this kind of centered social order, but I don't think it just happens with families. I think that women can also be abusive and what we would call abuse if a man did it. I think women do it to other women too in friendships. Does that make sense? Like verbal abuse or like verbal manipulation, emotional manipulation, stuff like that.
Okay. The problem is every time I ask you a question, we open up like there's like 52 different doors to go down.
You can pick them. I'll follow your lead. It's all good.
Oh, okay. I need a drink for this. Okay, give me 1 second. Not like an alcoholic drink.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Hold on.
Yeah, take your time.
What?
Is he speechless in a good way or a bad way? I'm reading the chat. Also, it is so hot in here. My face is pink. What do we have? Alcohol. Yes, we go. We all need a drink. How am I cooking? You guys can ask me questions about my life. I'll answer it. Like, honestly, look, if my life had been different, my life had been easier, and I think I wouldn't have questioned so many things. But I had a very hard life, and then I go to academia, and these people swear they know so much about low SES brown people. And so, I actually was a social work major. I had to leave the program because I felt like they weren't helping anybody. I literally felt like they weren't helping anybody, so I bounced. I ended up doing anthropology, but it's like, if you're born with a decent IQ in the ghetto, you make some observations and you're like, I feel like there's problems here, but academia can't address any of them because they're scared to look racist. And you guys are making it worse. Y'all are making it worse. Please help. Social sciences are over 100 years old. What the hell have these people accomplished? What did I like about my husband? He was charming and direct. Successful blue eyes. I think I have a thing for blue eyes. I'm pretty sure. I'm trying to watch the chat. Oh gosh, do you not think that your mindset be skewed from the machismo underlying the Puerto Rican community? So, like I could see where you would think that, like the machismo part, but I grew up in a single mother home. So, like when I think about there wasn't that much of a dominant male presence for me to have experience with machismo to the degree that you're saying. So I understand machismo. Like, I can tell you about machismo how I see it now. So machismo how I see it now was when I was younger, the typical Latin thing is you come of age and you get slut shamed, period, right? But so I have a brother. He's very good with the girls. This kid can do whatever he wants. He can just have a new girlfriend every week. Not that he's doing that, but he can just do whatever he wants, right? So that point of machismo, because if we're going to do Marianismo, which is Mother Mary, and then we're going to do like machismo, you know, the sons kind of get treated like Jesus. They kind of get away with a lot more. So if you want to talk about machismo, that's how I've dealt with it. I think there was one instance where I did deal with negative, aggressive machismo from a man. Yeah, that was true, but that didn't last very long. So I wouldn't say that that's like skewed. That there's no way that that could skew me because I don't think I had that much of a male influence. I think I had more of a like a gynocentric matriarchal influence. So, okay, what other questions do we have? What would you allow your husband a one-way open marriage? No. Why? I have respect for myself. Okay. Don't you think feminism tries to counter this machismo attitude? No. Here's the thing about feminism is like feminism, from what I can tell, and this is my interpretation of it. Feminism, from my interpretation, is like they think that men are inherently bad, and it's like if y'all are trying to liberate low SES brown women, what's a way that an average education woman? I'm talking to your chat. I'm sorry, I'll be quick.
Go for it.
But what's a way that an average education woman could double her household income? Like effing marriage. But like these feminists don't want to do that because that would make men look good. So I'm like, y'all either trying to liberate people or you're not. Like, don't play with me. All right, what's up?
Okay, can you give me 2 or 3 issues with men that aren't caused by feminism?
2 or 3 issues with men?
Like, what are 2 or 3 bad things about men that aren't caused by feminism?
Oh. I mean, I would blame it on biology, though. I don't know if that's allowed. It would be hard for me to think of, like, social stuff unless you propose some ideas. But biologically, I think men trend toward, culturally, okay, we found one. They're proponents toward narcissism. That's really annoying. Mm-hmm. That's super annoying compared to a woman's proponents toward, being borderline, yeah. But the narcissism in men, if they have it, like it's
okay. I don't know if that counted. Hold on, because it felt like you found a way to throw women under the bus at the same time. Like men can be narcissists, but like, oof, at least they're not borderline. That's what women do on the other end of it.
No, I think they're equally bad.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't say one is worse than the other because I think there are people like that are capable of killing people on both sides.
Sure. Do you think when it comes to like destructive social order stuff? Do you think that it's like mainly women that are involved, or do you think men and women share the blame, or do you think men and women share the blame but it's all driven by feminism?
I think men and women share the blame.
Okay.
Yeah, because the manosphere, the red pill, they're like men lead, women follow.
Sure.
I'm like, well, this
when you
doesn't
say
seem to be going
when you
well.
say gynocentrism, what do you mean by that? Gynocentric society.
I think that women are put in a higher social status than men based on their sex, just in general. When it comes to politics and marketing, but I would tie marketing to economy.
So politics and marketing. So for politics, it's vastly overrepresented with men, isn't it? When we look at presidents, when we look at people in Congress, when we look at elected officials all over the country. Right? And then I think for marketing, kind of, but like, is it fair when there's an artifact for why women are marketed to more, and isn't it because men tend to be working and then women are the ones that go out and do the shopping? So in a way, like women are marketed more, but it's not because they have more opportunities or more money or they're preferred. It's just because they tend to be the ones that control all the household budgets because the men are the ones that are able to work and earn the money, and the woman has to just go and shop.
I don't disagree with you on that. Well, I mean, there's probably something to dig into that, but I want to go back to the politics.
Sure.
I mean, I understand that. Like, here's my thing. Like, if I had to think about an actual patriarchy that I think might exist, it would be the George Soros patriarchy, where, the highest of high value men, just the ones that are running this whole globe. I think that they use women and sometimes, are our emotional tendencies biologically. I think they want our dollar, and I think they want our vote. So you're talking about like, yeah, you know, men are more represented in politics. Number one, I don't even think women want to be in politics like that. I think that's personality differences at the extremes. But
well, hold on, wait. I'm sorry, wait.
Dudes in.
I want to do a thing. Whenever I say something that you disagree with, you can stop me immediately. One of the reasons why the conversation is difficult for me is because you'll say 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 things that I all disagree with, building towards a part, and then it's hard for me to like step in and say anything. So what you just said there, that like I don't even think women want to do politics. Those are like extremes or whatever. I kind of agree with you broadly. But I would also say broadly, men don't even want to do politics. The reality is that the people doing politics are all at the edge, right? It's the edge of men and the edge of women.
Okay.
Right. So I agree with you that women broadly don't want to do politics, but I think that's the same as men who broadly don't want to do politics. I think there are some women that want to do politics. People like Hillary Clinton, AOC, Marjorie Greene Taylor, like that exists on both sides. Probably not as much as men. Even in my perfect liberal, progressive, egalitarian world or whatever, there'd probably still be more men in politics than women, but it'd be more equal than the representation we see now. The only reason I give this as an example, though, is because I think you said that you made it sound like women were overrepresented, had an advantage politically, and when it came to marketing. I think those are the 2 things you gave. So now you're telling me that women don't even want to do politics and seem to not be overrepresented politically, so I don't know what you meant when you said that. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, because you were talking about politicians and you weren't talking about voters. But like we're voting for these men first and foremost, right? And I mean, granted, it's like all we have to choose. I think overwhelmingly when people run, it's usually men. So that's what you were saying, like, oh, there's a lack of representation, and in my eyes there might not be because of the amount of female voters, right? And I just think that women don't necessarily want to. You said it too. You know, even at the extreme, the small 20% of people that like want to do politics. That's not a real number. I'm just going off like Pareto principle. There's 20% of people that want to run for politics. Like, there's probably less women than that. Yeah, I mean, I would say I'm on that.
Perfection. Nick Bundy hurt me in an arm wrestle.
That's ridiculous. For our American viewers, pretty rare that you see that. Dime, I'm going to presume that was probably me. I've not heard from Greta Thunberg in a while.
Can you install a 3-phase 22 kilowatt electric vehicle charging point at home? Well, today we're doing exactly that. We're here at this beautiful property in Cambridge where our customers just bought an amazing Porsche Taycan Turbo, and we're going to be installing a 3-phase 22 kilowatt Anderson A2 electric vehicle charging point for him. And we're going to show you the whole install and show you why not every house can have a 3-phase 22 kilowatt electric vehicle charging point. So as always, if this video has been of interest and benefit to you, hit a thumbs up, subscribe if you haven't done so already. Before we start, today's video is sponsored by Tradify. More about that later, but let's get into it. So I've got Corey with me today. Nice to be able to work together. The distribution board is just behind Corey. Do you want to show them what's inside?
So inside here, it's pretty full. However, if we shift this over to L1 over here, keeping it on the same phase, we can put in a 3-phase MCB. Then we've got a little external we've got an external RCD to put that onto. And I think this is pretty cool as well. If you look, you've got a 110 volt board, which they've got like a load of American wiring in the house. So this circuit here is for this big 3-phase 110 volt step down transformer. Then you've got these, for our American viewers, pretty rare that you see that in a house. I don't know, is it centre tapped earth or is it just?
I don't know.
I have no idea, because
let us know in the comments.
We use 110 volt in England on building sites, but it's 55 volts a phase. It's not actually 110 volt, but I don't know what this is. Maybe we'll have to test it. Maybe we'll test it once we've got it on and see.
Yeah. Got this huge transformer here for the 110 volt stuff. I mean, it's massive because there are literally 110 volt sockets in every room of the house. So that's pretty cool. But let me show you why this is a little bit of an unusual house, because it's got 3-phase. I'll show you the meter box and we'll talk about that. So we're here at the electric meter box, and this is what I wanted to show you guys. we have here a 3-phase 100 amp supply. Now the reason is this is a massive house, and there's no way that they'd be able to run the whole house on one phase 100 amps, because they've got, as we've seen, they've got massive transformer for the 110 volt sockets, they've got heat pumps, air conditioning systems, they've got a whole like HVAC system for the house. And it's just a big house, they've got lots of power running off of it, but this is unusual for a dwelling. Most dwellings, houses in the UK have a single phase supply. So we get a lot of customers asking us, can I have a 22 kilowatt charger at home? And for most of them, if they don't have a 3-phase supply, then they can't, unless they pay an extortionate amount of money to get their distribution network operator to actually upgrade to a 3-phase supply. And that can cost £10,000 sometimes to get a 3-phase supply put in. So hopefully this is informative for anyone who's thinking about getting a 3-phase charger. We'll show you what a 3-phase head looks like, and then you'll know whether you have that and whether you could install a 3-phase charger at your house. So this is a 3-phase main cutout fuse. So we've actually got 3 fuses rather than just one, which you usually have in a normal domestic dwelling. That means you've got 3 times the amount of power that you can take, so 3 times 100 amps to run the house, so essentially 300 amps of capacity. And we can put a 3-phase charging point in, which will spread the load of the charger across all 3 phases, and it will pull up to 32 amps per phase rather than just 32 amps one phase. So if your house has 3 of these and 3 tails coming out the top, you could get a 22 kilowatt 3-phase charging point installed. But if you've only got 1, then you've only got a single phase system, and you will need an upgrade if you want a 22 kilowatt, which could cost a small fortune. Here we've got the 3-phase meter, so the tails come out of there into the meter, and then out of the meter, 2 of these phases go straight through to the distribution board. The other 2 they've cut into it with this Henley block, 100 amp connector block, to run a supply for a summer house. But essentially those 3-phase tails go through to the distribution board in the house. What I was thinking is just to put it straight next to the distribution board. We've got a Schneider 4-pole LCD to put in there, which is going to be dropped off to us any moment. Put it there, and then just like a couple of bush and couplers maybe into the side of the board, and then just go straight out with the supply cable for the charger. What do you reckon? We've got all
audible and say, "Ah, hey guys, I'm off."
Why don't I get
Jordan?
Legend. Oh yeah,
That's
perfect.
what you wanted it, green hole.
That is awesome. Great.
Don't have to buy it.
Okay. So if I drill through
that
now,
should be long enough to get through.
Yeah, that's great. And then we can put the bush and coupler on the inside, and it's all nice and sealed up. We've got some conduit glue.
It's lunchtime.
Evils. It kind of makes you want to rip it all out and start. But only by using.
To do it.
Or not. But if you do have any other.
I think they get abused for it. I don't even.
So we're all done in here. Went in fairly smoothly. Managed to chase out the bricks without causing too much damage and run everything through that little cupboard in a bit of trunking. It's all neat. I've just got to put a little bit of silicone just for finishing touches. I have filled in the chases just roughly. My decorator friend's going to be coming round, and he's going to be doing it all properly, so he can sand it down, final fill, and then paint, and it'll be like we were never here. So we've got the cable in place now. Lee and Luke are going to be here on Friday just putting the charger on the wall, getting it tested and commissioned and everything, but it's been a good day. We've got quite a few little things done. Hopefully it's been interesting to you guys and it's answered the question, can I have a 3-phase charger at home or not? But if you do have any other questions, leave them in the comments below and we'll try to answer them as best as we can. If you did enjoy the video, hit a like and subscribe because it is free, and you'll get regular video updates from us, and we will see you on the next one. Thanks for watching, guys, and have a great day. Is this the smartest home electric vehicle charger? Well, today we're going to install one and we're going to show you how it works, what it does, and tell you all about it. Hello and welcome back to Artisan Electrics. My name's Jordan and today I'm going to go through a deep dive with you on how we install electric vehicle charging points. We've got an installation here, it's actually for our social media manager Elijah, and I thought I'd just take this opportunity to talk through with you step by step how we do it. We're installing a new charge point that we've never installed before. We're going to jump straight into the video, but before we do, hit a thumbs up, subscribe if you haven't done so already. Let's get into it. Good morning, Mr. Customer. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. Our social media manager, Elijah.
Hello.
We're at his house today and we're going to be installing a charging point, right? I heard you're banking on me getting you a Tesla as your company car soon.
That's the
what
plan,
Max has told me.
Hopefully.
You better do a good job then.
Okay.
So do you want to show us where you want the charging point first?
Yep, that's fine. So, charger is going to go on here. So we've got enough space to obviously get a cable around. So you can park a car here or that side.
Yeah.
Hopefully just run the cables down to the consumer units on the other side of the wall.
Okay, so roughly that is a gas pipe, I'm guessing. So
yeah, it's around about
roughly here.
Around about here.
Yeah, okay. So we'll go inside and have a look at the consumer unit and see if it's safe to connect to or not. At first glance, this looks like a nice new consumer unit. It's got a label that says it was installed in 2021. And what we have to do is just check the circuits that are here. That looks a little bit dodgy. What kind of cowboys have you had working in here, Elijah?
Hello.
It wasn't us, by the way. Main switch, we've got two RCDs. A nice thing is that this is a Type A RCD, which often these consumer units just have a Type AC RCD and we end up having to upgrade the RCD to a Type A, so we're already good with the existing RCDs, which is nice. But something that we have to note is that they've got a few heavy loads on the installation already, like an electric shower rated at 32 amps, an electric hob rated at 32 amps. We have to kind of do a rough calculation of what the maximum demand is on the installation so that we know whether it's feasible to install on an electric vehicle charging point or not. An EV charger takes a lot of power. Every electrician will have a different way of doing this. I just try to be as realistic and reasonable as possible. So I think, okay, realistically, what is the worst case scenario of what they might have all running at the same time? So like, for example, Elijah, would you ever, do you think, have the shower and the hob running at the same time? Potentially, okay, yeah, so you might get home from work, the missus might be cooking, you jump in the shower, that could happen. So potentially we've got those two running at the same time already. That's already 64 amps of demand for the installation. So that's something that we have to bear in mind. And next we have to find out what is the size of the main cutout fuse, because that is what limits the amount of load that they can actually sustain on the installation. Before we jump over to that side, because it's just behind me, I'll show you the main bonding connections. Water pipes, there should be a clamp like this with a green and yellow cable on. Usually it should be a bit bigger than this. This is what we call 6mm squared and it's the old colours, it's just solid green. The main earth to the installation is this, and that's only 6mm squared as well. So that is not really good, it should be 16mm squared. And then the tails here are also 16mm squared. They should really be 25mm squared. So we're going to have to get some upgrades done to the main infrastructure of the installation before we add a significant load like an EV charger. So this is the main cutout fuse, as we call it. This is basically a cartridge fuse inside that limits the amount of power, the maximum amount of power that the installation can take, and that protects this cable here, which is the supplier's main cable that comes into the property. Now in this case it's quite an old lead sheathed cable wrapped with tape that's got oil in it, 60-plus-year-old cable. Out of the supplier's main cutout fuse, these two conductors come out. The red one is what we call the live or line conductor. The black one is what we call the neutral. They go into this, which is the electric meter, and then out of the electric meter are what we call the consumer's tails, which are again black and red, neutral and line. Let me just cut that off. This is what we call a Henley block. It's basically a 100 amp connector block. It's got two terminals in it, one for the line and one for the neutral. You're coming in to the Henley block with these main tails, out of the Henley block with the tails that go to the consumer unit. So a few things that we need to know about here, right? First, what is the rating of the main cutout fuse? Now in this case, there is no label on it. Well, actually there is the tiny little bit of writing up there that says 100 amp, but I don't trust that because these tails are 16 mil, and usually if there's 16 mil tails, then the actual fuse in here is only a 60 amp. And in that case, we would get the customer to contact the distribution network operator or DNO to ask them to upgrade this to 100 amp. But in order for this to be upgraded, these tails will need to be upgraded to 25 mil squared. But actually these tails often will be upgraded by the electricity supplier who owns the meter. So they need to coordinate with the DNO who owns this in order to get that done. Then we need to upgrade these consumers' tails because these are owned by the customer. So there are 3 parties involved in getting all of this up to scratch. Now fortunately we can install the charger today because it's got active load management in it, but we will need to get everything prepped for this to be upgraded long term. Basically there's a lot of upgrading that needs doing before a safe installation can be carried out. So you can see where the pipe goes through the wall there, the gas pipe just below the consumer unit. That's great because that tells us exactly where the consumer unit is on the other side. So what we'll do is figure out exactly where to drill through with the cable based on that, so that we can just come straight up and into the bottom of the consumer unit with the EV charging cable. So this is the other side of that pipe. It goes straight through the wall. This is the gas pipe. So we know from that the consumer unit is about here, about centered. There's already cables clipped to the surface of the wall here, so we can kind of follow this line for our EV charging cable. So what I will probably do is pop through the wall either here and run straight along, or pop through slightly higher, maybe in the back of the consumer unit, clip down and then along and in a straight line all the way along and then up into the charging point. So this is the charging point that we're going to be installing. It's the Indra Smart Pro charging point. As I said, never installed one before, so it's going to be a new experience for me. Going to get it unboxed and see what's inside. So this is the wireless cellular dongle, which I believe is going to be used to actually get the Wi-Fi connected to the charging point. And then in here is the main event. We've got the cover with, looks like the mounting bracket here. Presumably that just goes on the wall and then you kind of hook the charging point on. Fixings, and then in here it's a Type 2 tethered unit. So we've got a nice tethered plug. We've got a current transformer or CT clamp, which is what we're going to use to do the active load management. It's terminated with an RJ45 plug, so we're going to need an RJ45 crimping tool for that, which we've got. And then in here is the main device. Oh, that's nice. A couple of things that strike me first of all. It's nice and spacious inside, which we always like. Secondly, you've got these push-fit lever connectors in it, rather than the traditional screw connectors, which actually that's the first time I've seen this kind of connection in a charging point. I love that because it just makes your life easier, and you do get a really good connection on these, so I like that. That's a really good design feature. It looks like a fairly simple and easy to install unit, hopefully. So we'll see how easy it is to set up, but first what we'll do is get it marked on the wall. So we'll offer this bracket up, figure out exactly where the customer wants it, mark that up, then we can start running our cable in. So the plan is to drill through just below this gas pipe here, and then we're going to put this whisker box below the consumer unit. We're going to move this, tidy everything up a little bit, make it a bit safer and neater. Because we've got this gas pipe here, I'm going to get Elijah to just spot me when I drill through, because we don't want to go through too hard and hit into this lead gas pipe. The Artisan Angle Drilling Academy. We've got these metre-long drill bits which allow us to drill at an angle and come through exactly where we want to. So in this case, because the gas pipe's going on the outside here, I can't drill here straight through. So what I'm going to do is drill about here at an angle and hopefully come through exactly where we want to. So through, question is, are we through in the right place? So we come out here, we've not even popped out the plaster too much, which is nice. You can literally just go straight up into that whisker box. So it's going to be a nice neat run inside as well. So that's good. So we've just got to open this hole out now. That's just a pilot drill that we've done, a 10mm. We're going to open it out now with a 20mm drill bit, and then we'll be able to start getting our cable up on the outside. So a little tip here for angle drilling. Obviously now we're going to open this up with a 20mm drill bit, but how do we make sure that we don't go off at a different angle to the original? What I usually like to do is just put the original drill bit in loosely like that. That gives us our angle. Then we set this drill bit up on the floor to the same angle. In fact, we put it in the drill. Same angle. And when we pop this out, pop that back down on the floor. So we've got our angle there. And then we just do the same here. Now when I start it, I always start it straight, because otherwise it might slip. We are, we're through. Perfect. So we're going to be using this EV Ultra cable, which is made by Doncaster Cables. We use this as standard in all our EV installations because it's future-proofing the install. The reason is it's got a Cat 5e data cable inside it, and it just looks nice. It's easy to work with. This is just the tough sheath one. It's not armoured because we don't need armoured in this situation. And we're going to use these Linian clips, which are nice and neat, to clip the cable along in a straight line and then go up into the bottom of the charger. Oh, hello. So cable's through the wall, it's long enough on the other side, so that's great. What we're going to do is just neatly clip it all the way along. So these clips just wrap around the cable, and then you drill a hole and you just bash it in, and it just looks really nice and neat. So we like to use these often for our EV installs. So I'm going to drill a 10mm hole at regular intervals, clip it in, and then when it's near to the charging point end, we'll get the charger mounted on the wall before we clip it up. So we've got this little bracket now. Height-wise, we have to put it within a certain height that is required by the regulations.
Yep.
So it's between 0.75 and 1.25. So that is 1.25 is sort of the highest. I would say it's usually to the controls. So there's a button on here which is about where my fingers are now. Mm-hmm. So that would be probably the highest we could do it.
Yeah.
That would be the lowest we could do it. But I know you're a little bit short, but it's not. That would be like your baby's height.
Yeah, she could reach that.
So where would you like it?
I'd say somewhere like around here in the sort of the middle sort of size.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
so if we did it something like that, is
yeah,
that
perfect.
good for you? Yeah. Now, one little clever thing about this is that the way they've designed this mounting bracket, the holes will always line up with the brick mortar. So it's designed that even if it's breeze block, that's the spacing on breeze blocks, or this is the spacing on normal bricks. And so it will always line up with the mortar, which means you don't need to drill the bricks necessarily, which is quite nice. So we'll probably put one screw there, one there, one there, and one there, and then we'll take our cable along and come up into the bottom of the charger here. Fairly easy to mock up. The only thing I would say is that it's kind of it feels a bit bendy. So I don't know if when you screw it back, if it's going to kind of flex and be difficult to get the charger mounted onto. So that'll be interesting to see. This is really easy to get level anyway, because you've got a straight piece on the side there. So pretty good so far. So it comes with 4 screws to mount it up with, so that's good. And then these are obviously to secure the unit back onto the base. So we'll get this little packet open and use our screws. It doesn't come with any raw plugs, but to be honest, not really. Well, some manufacturers, they just give you rubbish raw plugs anyway. I prefer to not have raw plugs than have rubbish ones. van's lovely, but I've still not had time to really kind of get it all set up properly, and every time I look for something it seems to be it's gone missing or I just don't have it. So I'm just looking for raw plugs now, which I should definitely have, but I can't remember where they are. Too many boxes and I've not labelled them up yet. I've got this beautiful organised racking, but it's actually completely disorganised at the moment. Something I need to work on. Alright, so we've got some brown plugs. These are really nice raw plugs. Buy quality raw plugs, people, it makes such a difference. If you buy cheapo raw plugs, they just spin if you're not careful. These ones, pay a little bit extra, get a really decent raw plug, you get a much better fixing and it saves faffing around. So this will just basically hook onto the bracket. Bracket's gone on fine. Obviously it's never possible to like perfectly line up the screws. Sometimes when you're drilling in the mortar it goes off a little bit. So it has bent slightly there, so it'd be interesting to see if it just hooks on fine or not. Let's have a go. Okay, yeah, that's nice. That's pretty good. It basically just pushes down and then it lines up at the bottom and there's a grub screw just to hold it in place. So that's actually really easy to mount. Some of these are security ones and then some of these are normal ones. So I guess the security one's probably the best to use on the bottom there. So the screws to actually fix the charger down onto the bracket are slightly different to the screws to fit the fascia onto the back plate. So it's just a little bit confusing because they look the same pretty much, but they're actually slightly different. So you've got 3 security screws which have got a little dot in the middle. So we use one of these for that. But then the fascia has just the normal torque ones, which are slightly longer as well. So it could be easy to get mixed up. So you can see the difference between these two. That one's slightly longer. That's the non-security one, which is to put the cover on. And that is the security one, which is to fix it down to the base and fix the fascia on. So got the level on it and it is absolutely bang on, which is great. So I can just tighten that screw up and that will keep it fixed nicely back to the wall. So we just drilled a 25mm hole in the bottom to take the cable in. That's lined up nicely with the courses of the bricks. So we know exactly where our cable needs to go now. We can put a compression gland in there and then run our cable in. So in terms of how far apart to space the clips, for this I'm going to just do it equal on the bricks. So I think, okay, I've got one here at this point on this brick. If we did every brick, which is also possible, that will also look quite good, and maybe it'll be a little bit stronger fixing. So let's do every brick, I think, just to be absolutely safe. So on a chilly day like this, when you have lovely customers who make you coffee and give you donuts, it makes life a lot easier. And this particular customer has got us some lovely donuts. Check those out. We'll come back. We'll work here again. So when we were at Doncaster Cables the other week, they gave us these really nice stripping tools for these, and of course I've left mine back at home, so I'm having to do the traditional way, which is Stanley knife, which is not ideal because you have to be really careful when you're scoring around the cable just to make sure that it doesn't snip into the data or the cores of the power cable. So in this EV Ultra cable we have this category 5E data cable, and then we have 3 cores. This is the 4mm 3-core version because we've got quite a short cable run, and that's going to deliver our power. So we're going to connect this data cable into these terminals here. That's going to be used for the CT clamp, and then we're going to connect the power cable into these, and I'll explain to you what all the different terminals do in a second. So we're just going to use the blue and the blue and white. This is the kind of tool that you need for this situation. Just a standard punch down tool for like telephone sockets and stuff. It'll cut the ends off. There we go. So our live goes in here. Make sure we've got a nice connection. And the neutral. And then the CPC goes on the right, and the middle terminal there is for a reference earth. So if you've got a situation where the internal pen fault detection device doesn't really work because of the way the system is, you might get nuisance tripping, then instead you can use this reference earth, which is quite a unique feature of this particular charging point. And it's basically, you just run a little 4mm solar PV cable down to the ground, and you drop in a little like earth reference pin. It's good to have that option if needed. I've left plenty of slack here. The only thing I'm not sure about is when I actually come to put this cover on. Because you've got this bit here, it might end up pushing these cables in, so I might have to dress them to one side slightly. Yeah, that's going to push quite far in, so we'll have to kind of tuck the cables to the right-hand side. Although it is very spacious inside, it's actually that thing takes up quite a lot of room. That's just the bit that holsters the actual tethered cable, and it does take quite a lot of the internal space up. So, but I think, yeah, if we do it like that, then that'll fit fine. Before we actually close this all up, what we need to do is go inside, connect up the other end, and do our testing on the cables before we actually close it up and do the commissioning and stuff. So we've got this 32 amp MCB to go in there. This is the EV Ultra cable that we've run in for the charger. We're going to literally just run that up and gland it straight in the board, and then we'll come out of the board and put the CT around the tails. But we are going to upgrade these tails to 25mm, so we've got a 3 metre Flexi Tails pack here. So we can upgrade the main tails, get it all ready for the UK Power Network. Loop this up and basically tuck our dongle up at the corner here somewhere, and then we just literally plug that in there. Make sure we get it the right way around. That will tuck like that, something. That's a little bit fiddly. There we go. So we're just going to tuck our cables in neatly and then get the cover on. Let's see. So just hooks on the top and then I think just snaps down. Oh, it doesn't even really snap, it just lines up, and then we've got a couple of security screws. So first impressions, what it looks like. Kind of looks like something out of a spaceship a little bit, like with this sort of boost thing. I feel like if you press that, it's like a rocket that's going to take off or something. So here now, everything's tested out and mounted up that end. We've just got to connect these wires in at this end, but we're going to do the main tails as well here. So we've got these new flexible 25mm squared tails. We're going to pull the old 16mm out and put these new ones in, because these are rated at more than 100 amps, so it means that then the DNO will be able to come and upgrade the main fuse to 100 amps. So yeah, just going to pull these old tails out and then hopefully pull the new ones in the old conduit without too much grief, but we'll see. I can hear people screaming at me in the comments like I'm doing this really in a backwards way. This is really awkward. This needs to be long enough to go up and into the main switch, so I probably wouldn't recommend asking the customer to help you pull cables in, especially in a very tight cupboard like this. But fortunately, me and the customer are like this, so he didn't mind helping out on this one. So I'm just checking the connections on all these just to make sure they're okay. That one was completely loose. Whoever had done the consumer unit had literally just not tightened it up at all. So that's really dodgy because that could cause the fire. Like a simple thing, just double check your connections. It's not really difficult, but people don't do it and then it can cause serious issues. Like, just give it a little nip on everything, just make sure it's all tight. Right, so we're going to put the RJ45 plug onto the data cable now. So we just slide this boot over the data cable and that just enables us to get a nice neat fit. Tool of the day today is this Klein Tools pass-through RJ45 crimping tool. And although we're only using the blue and white in the middle, we'll just connect them all up anyway, so it's just nice and neat. And this tool has the ability to actually strip the cable first as well, which is quite nice. So we strip them a little bit longer than we need. Just wind it around the cable like that. And then that just scores round and we can pull that off. So what we do is we match this up with the colours on here. We're using the B system, which we generally use in Britain. So we get these really nice and straight, and then the pass-through connector will just pass through there. There we go. And then all we do is we pop this in here and then crimp it down hard. It cuts these off. Do it once more. We've got our final crimp. That's all good. That's nice, a nice tight solid connection, and then we can just push this boot over just to give it a nice neat finish. And then that is going to plug into this, which will read the amount of power that is being consumed by the house. We'll tuck this under here and we'll clip it over the main live tail. And so we do it that way. Clip that over, make sure that's secure, make sure it's all plugged in properly, and then that's kind of it. We're ready to liven up the charger and get it commissioned. So we're pairing it to the Wi-Fi. Elijah's pressing the WPS button on his router. Yeah, there we go. We have a green light. That looks like a good sign. So we've powered the charger on, and what I've got to do now is do a bit of commissioning. So we've got to create a customer in the online portal and then associate this charge point with the customer. So I can click create new customer, then I can put in all his details. I've actually already added him in. So we do a search, we find the charging point which is on the system now. We click continue, and then it says add charger, you're about to commission a new charger, so we'll do that. So we can allow it to use our current location and camera, and we can just scan the QR code on the side if we want to. But what I'll do is just click enter the hardware ID manually, and then I'll put in the MAC address now. So it's telling us that the ID is valid, so the MAC address is correct, the device is registered, device is available, and it is a smart charger, so we can click continue. Property max draw. So this is where we put in the fuse rating of the cutout fuse of the property. If you're not sure, it says select 60 amps, so we'll select 60 amps. You can choose the vehicle of the customer. The reason it's doing this is it gives you the battery capacity of the vehicle. Calibration check. Aha. So this basically does like a check with the communications to make sure it's connected properly and stuff. And it's also telling us how much the house CT clamp is actually reading. So we're going to click no on that. And then it says power reading, enter a manual power reading in watts. So this calibration check is just to check that the CT clamp is reading as it should. So we can do that by just putting a clamp meter around the meter tail, for example, and checking that it matches what's on here, just to make sure that that CT clamp is reading accurately. So we've done that and that's fine. And there we go, we've got a summary. All the little details are in here, and that's it. We can click complete. Job done. Device is now under control. Easy as that. So now has sent a welcome email to Elijah, and then that welcome email will help him to know exactly what he needs to do to get set up on his side. But from an installer side, we're all done. So it's all connected and commissioned. So we're going to just run a couple of little tests on it. But first, I always like to do this. So satisfying. So we get my EVSE tester out now and we'll do the functional tests on this and then we'll be good to go. So we're all set up, it works, it's commissioned, it's all set up on Elijah's app.
All set up, yeah.
All you need is a nice Tesla Model Y company car now,
Yeah,
don't you?
Can sort that out.
Maybe once you've been with the company a little bit longer. Yeah, but so far pretty good install, huh?
Yeah, no, yeah, I'm looking forward to being able to use it once I get a car, so.
I'm just glad that I've not had to put more holes in my Swiss cheese wall at home, really.
Yeah.
In terms of this charger, it's billed as like the ultimate smart charger, and there are some really unique features about this charge point, one of which benefits me a lot as a boss if my employee has an electric vehicle, because it's got a proper mid-grade meter inside it, which is able to, they basically can create billable invoices based on the charging. So what that means is that if Elijah had a company car and is doing company mileage, he could bill me for the electricity based on how much electricity he's using solely for business use. So for example, if he had an electric van that he only used for work, he could register that with the app and monitor exactly how much he spent on electricity. So that's one good feature. The other good feature is the the tariff integration. There are companies like OVO, for example, who have this 5p all day tariff, which you can register in this charger, and essentially you can plug your car in and OVO will decide when your car is charged based on the cheapest possible rates, so that you only pay 5p a kilowatt hour no matter what. But you set the time where you want your charge to be completed, so you know your vehicle will be charged when it needs to be charged. And those two unique features make it a very smart charger. Looks wise, I think it's smart, it's quite compact, and it was fairly easy to install, so overall I'd give it quite a good rating. So if you'd like to find out more about this Indra Smart Pro charger, we'll leave links in the description where you can find out more about it and what it does, and they are available for electricians like us through Replenish, the wholesaler. We use Replenish to buy a lot of our EV chargers, and they are the sole distributor of these. So if you want to get your hands on these and start installing them, you'd need to do the training and everything with Indra, but if you do that, then you can start installing them and buying them through Replenish. So we'll leave a link to Replenish's site below as well. And as always, we hope you've enjoyed this video. If you have, please hit a thumbs up, it really helps the channel to grow. And if you're not subscribed already, it's worth doing. We do post lots of interesting EV charging videos and stuff about the life of electricians, so I hope that you'll join the artisan movement and hit that subscribe button, and we'll see you on the next one. Thanks for watching and have a great day. But they can be used if you've got.
So we go here.
Free Andrew, free Tristan. Free the Tates, free the guys. Free the guys at the cave. Oh shit, this kinda hard. Free Top G, chat. Free Andrew, free Tristan. Free the Tates, free the guys. Free the guys at the cave. Oh shit, this kind of hard. Free top G! Free top G, chat! Wait! Wait! Alright, 32. Free Andrew, free Tristan. Free the Tates, free the guys. Free the guys at the cage. Oh shit, this kind of hard. Free top G! Free top G, chat! Wait! Wait! Alright, 32. Free Andrew, free Tristan. Free the Tates, free the guys. Free the guys at the cage. Oh shit, this kind of hard. Free top G! Free top G, chat! Wait! Wait! Alright, 32. Free Andrew, free Tristan. Free the Tates, free the guys. Free the guys at the cage. Oh shit, this kind of hard. Free top G, chat!
Hey everyone, Christian here from CK Wraps. So we're gonna wrap the roof on this Genesis right here. We're using satin black for the roof. This is Avery satin black. This is not Vivid. You'll know that this is Avery because of the lack of branding on the backing paper. There's no lines, there's no nothing. It's completely blank. It's also got a bit of a distinct smell to it. So once you use Avery, you'll know right away if you order Avery, if you bought it online, or if you got some fake stuff. If you've used it before, you'll know just by the smell of it. Same with 3M, same with Vivid, they all have kind of distinct smells to them. So it's also an extremely soft and pliable film. And Andrew is actually gonna do the roof wrap. I'll do some of the trimming, and the tucking, but Andrew's gonna do the roof wrap. So Avery's super flimsy stuff. Like it's really enjoyable to work with. It's almost at a point where it's kind of too thin, but it works really well. Once you get the hang of it. It's great beginner vinyl to use. I always recommend it. Fairly affordable as well. The air release works really well. It does show some adhesive lines, so it does show some glue lines when the temperatures are hot. Those are kind of unavoidable. They're even more predominant in 3M. There's actually none in Vivid, which is kind of their thing. Doesn't show it at all in Vivid. I've never seen a glue line in my life. So the finish is actually a little bit nicer on Vivid than it is on this, but Vivid doesn't have a satin black like this, so we're using Avery. All right, so we've got the surface prepped with isopropyl alcohol, wipe the entire thing down, blowing away all the dust with a compressor. Andrew will have his squeegee and blade ready, and I'm going to do the recording with some of the narration, and the piece is already cut and laid down on the roof, so we're going to get to it. I'm going to take over the camera. Let's get started. All right, and Andrew's going to remove the backing. So this is Andrew's, basically his first roof wrap solo. So give him a break. He's new at this. So he's been learning with me a lot. He's actually been learning on Chrome a lot, which is a really difficult thing to learn on. But needless to say, he's still learning. So it's really good. No, you'll be fine. So one thing Andrew forgot to do was stick a magnet down here just in case. So I'm going to stick that there. There we go. I'm going to assist him by removing the magnet from here. I'm going to let him do all the peeling though. It's all right, so it's a little bit bunched up there, but he won't have a problem. It'll be fine. Yep. So he's going to glass this out. And he's going to do this without using any heat. So Avery is a pressure-sensitive film. That means it doesn't stick pretty much at all until you add pressure to whatever it's touching. So look at that. That's already glassed out on the other side there. Sorry for the focus on the camera. the light's in the hitting the lens. So he's got his magnets down on the other side. He's going to glass out this side right here. So he's pulling out with his hands. He's going to read the wrinkles and he's going to draw them out to the, yep, there you go, to the ends, just like that. So easy, guys. Like, again, do the same thing over here. He's going to draw them out. Now there's a bit more curvature in the front, so it takes a bit more pressure. And that's it. So we've got a glassed roof right now. It looks like it's laid, but it's not. This is just, that's where the gap is. Not a big deal. But the rest of the roof is completely glassed. So he's going to start squeegeeing from the center. And work towards himself. Now, however way he does this, if he goes end to end or a bit at a time, if he wants to do this in triangles, totally up to him. But right now it's completely glass, so it's not really even necessary to do this in triangles. Doesn't really matter. The film's not going to wrinkle up for the most part.
So glass, it's hard to see the
Yeah, so what he said was I'm not sure if you heard him, but he said it's so glassed already that he can't even see the airline. So this is why, where the air is and where he's already laid. This is why you need to overlap your strokes and make sure you're being thorough. Because if you leave air under there, we're going to run into problems down the road. As soon as you take it outside and it hits the sunlight, it's going to bubble up. So one way to check afterwards to see if there is air under the film is to run a heat gun over it before you even take it outside. So as soon as air has moisture in it, and as soon as you add heat to any air pockets or air bubbles, they'll expand, which will show the bubble. Yeah, there's a dent. There's actually a dent in the roof right there. Everyone can see it. Not sure what happened. Looks like a meteor fell out of the sky and hit him. So Andrew's got a bit of a bubble here, which I saw already. It's not a big deal. There's a wrinkle there, but here, lift it.
Can you squeeze that out?
I don't know. But you can just lift this.
Maybe want to add some heat to that.
No, push down hard on it.
That's good.
Yeah, it's gone. So you just push down hard on that wrinkle and add a little tension to the film and it's gone. This is a super easy film to work with, guys. You know, like, it's probably my favorite. It will always be my favorite. We get a lot of requests for Vivid, so we use a lot of Vivid, and we're good at using Vivid, and we like using Vivid as well. It's just, it offers a different finish and has its own technical components as far as the way it works. So he's overlapping his strokes. And you can see slightly where the air is right over here and where we've already laid down over there. But even with the best lighting, it can still be difficult. We have a lot of lighting in here, so. Yeah, you can do it that way too, where you're just doing it. So as with most films, Avery is self-healing, so if there are minor buffer lines or from squeegeeing, they usually post-heat out. So you throw it outside in the sun for 15, 20 minutes, it should be all gone on a hot day. So Andrew has yet to do this by himself. It's coming along really well.
Remember how far down in this
Yeah, so
should go?
what he's gonna do is he's gonna bridge this gap pretty much, leave some tension over it, and then that way we don't have to cut on the car. And you're gonna leave about a centimeter. So you're gonna run your blade. You're gonna run your blade about halfway in this gap here. So see this edge here?
Yeah.
Sorry, this edge right here, which is where the clip goes for the roof trim. You're gonna cut on
Right
the,
on the inside
like kind of on the inside of that. So you can kind of start your blade there to get a feel for it, but you only need to leave about a centimeter or so, a quarter of an inch to a centimeter to fold over. I'm gonna do the front and rear window trim areas because those are super tight on this vehicle. They kind of vary from vehicle to vehicle. Sometimes they're loose, sometimes they're tighter. Even on the Genesis, it can be. We just did a roof wrap like a few days ago, and it was super easy to get underneath the trim that runs across the back window and the front window. But on this one, for whatever reason, it's much tighter. So, just car manufacturers, it's not always exactly the same.
Make sure the coverage is good right here.
Yep, so you look good there. Just keeps the tension over it. You should be good. Yeah, use your thumb and then round that off. Yep. There you go. So we're not only doing the roof in satin black, we're going to be doing the spoiler in satin black also. Kind of tie it in a little bit.
I'm gonna cut this edge here.
Yep. So take your finger and use your finger as a guide.
Let me just make sure I got a sharp blade.
Yep. Use your finger as a guide on the edge there. You can create the spacing with your finger, right? So I can put my finger on the edge of the roof, and then I can put the blade wherever I want on my finger, creating the spacing that I need, and it'll hold it very steady while we cut. I'm gonna let Andrew do that, but that's the idea.
And the glove makes that easy to do.
Yeah, and the glove makes it so his hand will glide a little bit more effortlessly. Perfect. So we always try to make it as straight as possible. If it isn't, not that big of a deal. This is completely covered by the roof trim, which is called a drip sill, I believe. This is the drip sill area, and that's drip sill trim. You can come right off on the glass, basically. Shouldn't be a problem. Yep. Perfect. Watch the front. Good? Perfect. So he's gonna try to do this in basically one sweeping motion. So as long as we have full coverage, we're good, and we do. This is an easy roof. There's no sunroof, just a shark fin antenna to remove. That takes about 10 minutes on this car. It's not a big deal.
Super easy.
Yeah.
And it's really the material. If it was chrome or something with a stickier adhesive, it would be way more difficult to use. I've practiced a lot on it, and this is very fun to rap with.
So this is Andrew's favorite film too. All right. So I'm gonna finish this off. Andrew's gonna take over the camera, and I'm gonna finish off the front and rear window. So I know that for here, the window trim comes up pretty high. We can always double check it though. We want to make sure that we have full coverage though. So I'm gonna push it down a little bit here. Just up to the line of it. That way, I know we're gonna have full coverage. So I'm just running my squeegee on the top side of that window trim, but I'm actually gonna tuck it in, even though it's gonna be difficult to tuck in because it's so tight. So I'm gonna start by trimming this off, and I'm gonna trim on the glass side. Probably hard to see. So I'm gonna trim on the glass side, leaving about 1/8 of an inch. That's just my hands sticking to the film, that sound. All right. Let's get the other side.
Look at that cut. Yeah.
So I know this is going to be a mission to tuck this in because we've already tried to see how tight the seal is. So rounding off the corner. All right. Finish up the rest of this. Again on the glass side. All right. I'll do the tucking afterwards, so we're gonna do this side here. Now this side, this piece comes up really high, so I don't really need to push it down towards the seal. I know the seal runs up really high to the roof. Okay, I'm also, while I'm here, going to cut this guy out. And I like to grab it and pull this piece out. I'll hold on to it. Sorry if I'm blocking the way. I'm going to try to not to block the way, but I'm adding tension to it. That way I can cut it out and remove it completely. That way I'm not pushing it into the car. Okay. Cool. Let me grab a triangle.
Right.
All right, one of my favorite tucking tools, the tinting triangle, or tinter's triangle. I don't really think anything beats it for me. It's my favorite. I use it for all kinds of things.
Try to get a good angle.
Yep. So I'm gonna lift and push in, lift and push in. lift and push in. I'm actually going to get a different squeegee because this one isn't firm enough.
Just so people can see it.
What's that?
Just showing the lip.
Yeah. When we're running this through here, we have to be careful because you can actually snag your rubber seal here and cause damage to it. So just be careful. It should run pretty effortlessly through there. If you have to push hard, it may mean that you're not really positioned properly with the triangle, so you may have to move it this way or this way, depending. So this is a more firm squeegee. I've probably had this squeegee for like 5 years, this particular one. It just never wears out. Okay. I'm going to move over to the other side, and you can probably continue the videotape there, so you can get that. So the front one is probably going to require a little bit more force with the triangle, depending on how much film I have to tuck into there, because I know I've left a bit behind. So with a roof wrap like this, we never have to worry about anything getting underneath the roof wrap. So it's going to be super easy. Now, I'm just going to try to start this from this side. You can videotape from that side. I'm going to try and get this going though. It's really tight. Actually, this side's not bad. It's a good place to start. So the window's off. I know this car's been in an accident. It has a repainted front bumper, repainted mirror. So probably replaced the windshield. I assume the airbag deployed may have shattered the windshields. So yeah. So this side's actually super slack. I'm just going down about 2 inches at a time, tucking it in. And this is just my way of how I do it. There will be other installers with their own techniques on how they do it. I'm just kind of trying to teach you guys more at a beginner level so that you can see how, more or less how you're supposed to do it. Alright, so this is going to get, I can feel it already getting much tighter over here. So I have to bend this back and kind of sweep with the squeegee. Just with the corner of it, it's all about all I can get in there right now. Oh, and this just popped out. So let me get this back in here. Yeah, it's super tight over on this side. All right. We're almost there though. Okay, I lost it. Let me try and get it back in somewhere here. Let's try down here. I've seen a lot of roof wraps done where people don't tuck it in and it really ends up peeling back. So I do recommend doing it. Kind of figure it out if you have to and how to do it, but I really recommend doing it. A lot of the front of the car goes through a lot of hazardous conditions, so rain, high mile per hour winds, snow, whatever, you name it. So here because it's so tight. It's not often that I have to use two triangles, one to run down the window trim, the other one to do the tucking. Could probably use the other one right now, but it's fine, I'll do it with this. Because we're almost there. Sorry if you can't see, it's really difficult to show you with my hands in the way. All right, so this came out accidentally again.
Open it from that side, or?
It won't be as easy to go from that side. So almost there though. There, I got it. Okay. I think I got it. A little bit more. All right. All right, got it. All right, so there is no white showing anywhere. Everything's tucked in really nicely. And there isn't any slack sitting inside that antenna. So when we go put the antenna back on, we don't have vinyl sitting in there. It's kind of a pet peeve of mine. Same with like the washer jet areas. Don't make sure you cut that out and then pull the vinyl out. It's just lazy not to. All right, and that's the roof rack. I can show you how to do the antenna. I do these antennas in two pieces. One main piece over the top and one piece on the back. I can show you how to do that for a shark fin antenna. Not all shark fin antennas are created equal. This one's a bit more difficult as far as shark fin antenna goes. But yeah, I can show you how to do that. And that's the roof wrap. So Andrew did most of that roof wrap. I just finished it up. And that's it. If you want to see more detailed pictures and videos, guys, please check out our Instagram or Facebook. We do post up completed projects and whatever else on there that you may not see on YouTube. These are just mostly solely instructional videos for your benefit. So anyways, thanks everyone. Take care.
Hallo und willkommen.
What's up, guys? Today is the day we are finally going to install the spoiler on the 2015 Mustang GT. I know it's been a while since I've posted anything, but that's about to change. Duncan and I, we have decided that we are going to try to upload at least 2 videos a week. And we're going to see how it works. Just so you guys know, I'm using the universal bonding primer. It's supposed to help anything you put on here bond, whether it's paint, vinyl, basically anything. So we're going to try it out and we're going to see how it works. I'm doing a bit of a heavier coat. It's Florida, so it's really hot, and it's like 90 degrees out right now, so it's drying really fast. So I did a little bit heavier coat, and I'm gonna let this kind of. So it's been about 5 minutes now, and it's already dry to the touch. Like I can touch it, feel it, move it around, and it is perfectly fine. So we're gonna flip it around, and we're gonna do the back side. And we're just going to keep repeating that process until we run out of paint or primer. From a company called Metro Restyling, and they've got a bunch of different colored wraps, different kinds, textured wraps, gloss wraps, matte wraps. I mean, anything you can imagine they have, and their prices are extremely reasonable as well. So I've never actually used them before, so this is going to be a first time, but we're going to try it out, and I'll definitely let you know how it holds up as it goes through this Florida weather, because like I said, we get a lot of sun. But I went with the gloss black. It comes in a 5x5 roll. Well, that's what I ordered, is a 5x5 roll. And it's plenty for what we're gonna have to do today. But they come in all sorts of different sizes. You can get 5x5. I think 4x5 is the smallest amount you can get. And it goes all the way up to, I think it goes up to about 50 yards. We're just gonna let this dry for probably 25-30 minutes. And while this dries, we're gonna take the old spoiler off. So to take the old spoiler off, you're gonna need a 10 millimeter, and you're gonna pop this grommet out right here, and then these push pins are gonna need to come out. These here, all the way across. You're gonna take this insulator out or off, and then I think there's gonna be 3 more bolts, or 2 in the middle, and then 1 more on the side. So we'll go ahead and take that off real quick, and we'll get the spoiler off. Boys, that's it. Well, as you can see, there's no spoil on there, and that is because I epically failed at wrapping it. Only because, and I'm going to say this, do not try to wrap a spoiler or anything in my personal opinion, by yourself, that is not attached to the car. It was extremely difficult trying to hold the spoiler and pull the wrinkles out and get it flat and not let it get bunched up. It was just way too difficult. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to get the spoiler. I already put 3M tape on it, and I'm just going to go ahead and apply it on here. I am absolutely loving this look. That just looks so aggressive. And I don't even have the side pieces on yet. What's up, guys? It is the next day again, and today does not have a very good story, I can tell you that much. So it has been raining for the past 2 days, which is why it's taken me so long to finish this project. And today I wake up and I've realized that the whole project is completely ruined, like done. All this moisture in the air, all this rain, and me not being able to finish it. Moisture got underneath the wrap and it's bubbling up, and the more I tried to mess with it, the worse it got, and it's just not going to work. The other problem is these corners, and so I'm going to pull the wrap, and we're just going to paint it for now. We're just going to resand it all down, reprimer, and we're just going to do gloss black paint. But I need more practice. These corners here were extremely difficult to wrap. This is probably my second time ever wrapping anything, and this corner it took me by surprise, and I didn't prepare mentally or physically. I did my research, and I thought I knew what I was doing, and I mean, the first one was not bad. Like, I was able to get that one. I fixed it. It was a little messed up. I fixed it. But the second one, after the wrap was already messed up, it bubbled up and all that, I just couldn't get it to work. So, like I said, the whole project is pretty much scrapped, and it has made me realize that I just need a lot more practice. The other part that I would like to add, in addition to starting to wrap the trim pieces on the inside, is I want to start picking up a few cheap, beaters out there with minor issues, and I just really want to get my hands inside and around the vehicle as far as mechanics go. I haven't done a lot of mechanical work in the last couple years, and I need to refresh myself with a lot of things, and the only way to do it, like I said, is just to get busy. So I'm going to start trying to find some of these cheaper cars with some issues, and I'm going to start fixing those. And who knows, I'll probably just turn around and sell them, or I might keep a few of them for when Duncan gets here, and we'll start making rally videos. We live in Florida, got a lot of land, got a lot of time and, well, not really a whole lot of time, but we can make some time. If you guys get us some views, we'll go full time on YouTube and get some of that good content.
Which does, it just looks cleaner in the end. The seam, doing it in 2 pieces does look pretty good. I gotta say. What's going on, guys? Christian here from CK Wraps. Today I'm going to show you how to easily, effectively, and efficiently wrap a duckbill spoiler like this in one single piece of vinyl. I'm going to give you the best point of view possible when it comes to doing this. Let's pan across this quickly so I can show you what the spoiler actually looks like. It's a very compound curve, and I want you to be able to understand how you can actually do this in one piece. If you guys are looking for those detailed videos on how to wrap in 4K point of view, check out my website. I'll put a link in the top corner and in the description below for you. We have open forum discussion board, Wrap of the Month contest, tons of videos, tons of content, and of course special requests. Now, what you're going to need to do this is a few things. We're going to need a knife, of course, because we're going to have to cut the vinyl. We're going to need a tucking tool right here. We're going to need a squeegee with a buffer on the end. This is called a buffer. We're going to put that on the end of our squeegee, make sure that we're not scratching the film. If we use the other side of our squeegee, we're going to be scratching the film. We need a heat gun. We need some cleaner. I use 70% isopropyl alcohol. We need some masking tape and, of course, a clean rag to wipe off everything. That's pretty much it. The tools that I'm using today, you'll be able to find in the description below from Amazon, most of them. Otherwise, I have a link to SignMaker Tools there as well if you want to pick up some stuff from their website. Now, let's get onto it. Let's mask off the actual surrounding area. I'll show you how to do that. The reason why masking tape is very important is because it's going to allow a couple of things here. It's going to allow the vinyl to slide off of the opposite surface, and it's also going to prevent us from cutting into the paint. Because the spoiler is mounted to the surface of the vehicle, there's a chance there that we could cut into the paint. We don't want to do that. Now, why haven't I removed the spoiler? I'll explain why I haven't removed the spoiler. Because when we're actually doing this and we're pulling on the film, if the spoiler is sitting on a table, it's going to be moving all over the place. And this is not going to make a lot of sense when it comes to actually wrapping it. You're going to need someone to hold it down. And on top of that, someone doesn't really have anywhere to hold on to it if you have a big piece of vinyl covering it. So you're not going to be able to actually do this without having it mounted to something. I opt to leave it mounted to the vehicle if you're just wrapping the spoiler. If I'm going to be wrapping the whole car, this is just a rental, but if I'm going to be wrapping the whole car, I'm going to remove the spoiler, wrap the trunk, reinstall the spoiler, wrap the spoiler, in that order. Okay, that's just how I would do it. Makes more sense that way to do it while it's mounted to the surface. Now, I'm going to finish masking off here. We're able to actually get the masking tape slightly underneath the spoiler. So this is going to allow us to protect that area underneath the spoiler. We want to put the masking tape as close as possible to that edge, if not tuck underneath it. So again, we're going to wrap all the way across, everything all the way through. And I'll bring the camera over in a second so I can show you exactly how I'm getting it more or less underneath that spoiler, right around the edges here. Give me 1 second. Masking tape doesn't take too long. It's well worth the effort to do this. Let's bring the camera over to show you this side over here. Okay, let's grab our masking tape and I'm going to slide it slightly underneath. See that? I'll be able to get it slightly underneath. We just kind of wiggle it in underneath. It's really not, I'm standing in an awkward spot right now, but normally I would do it from your side. It's a little bit more challenging for me this way. We're going to get it. Now, you do not want your masking tape to be on your spoiler. If it's on your spoiler, you're going to be wrapping over top of your masking tape. That's not good either. So you see how much masking tape I'm using? This is important. I'm going to keep coming around. And then as I come around here, I'm going to be pushing in to that area over there. Let's do this so you can see a little bit better right here. There we go. I normally come from the other side. I find it's easier. This side's a little bit awkward for me, but it'll give you a good point of view. And again, this is more for you guys than it is for me. I know how to do this already. This is a very common style spoiler on a lot of cars. This is not like Not all cars have a spoiler like a big wing, like a Honda Civic Type R. A lot of cars do have a very similar spoiler to this, and a lot of them can be wrapped in one piece. There is the option to do this in 2 pieces. And I save that sort of stuff for my website, for that really detailed stuff. But again, if you try this and you practice what I'm showing you, you'll be able to do this in 1 piece. It just looks cleaner in the end. The seam, doing it in 2 pieces does look pretty good, I gotta say, but this is just that much better. It's more of a professional level of wrapping the object. And those are things that your customer may not notice, but again, we'll just kind of appreciate in the end that it just looks generally nicer. They may not notice that it's 1 piece. They may not care that it's 1 piece. They just know that it looks good. Cool, our masking tape is all set up. Let's move the camera back so I can show you what we're gonna do next. All right, guys, the next step is to clean this thing off. So we're gonna take our rag, it's a little bit stained, it is clean. We're gonna take our rag and we're going to wipe it off. So I'm gonna spray isopropyl alcohol on top of the actual rag itself. We're going to wipe across, nice and thorough. And make sure that we wipe the surrounding area as well in order to not draw in any contaminants that may be, again, in the surrounding area. So now that I've wiped it off, we're going to take our rag and we're going to take our squeegee and we're going to wrap the rag around the squeegee. This is going to allow us to get in and around the edges, okay? Just get them cleaned up a little bit. Doesn't require a lot. You don't have to forcefully push them. You don't want to forcefully push it because you could actually rub the paint off on the edges. Typically on vehicles, they don't spray very nicely around edges. So again, keep that in mind. You don't want to actually press too hard and rub the paint off of the spoiler. We just push firmly, not aggressively. Let's move this isopropyl alcohol out of the way. Now, just for safe measure, I'm going to go over it with a bit of heat. Let's do that and give this a bit of heat. This will help dry off the surface in case there is any residual isopropyl alcohol left after wiping it. This is going to help it evaporate. Cool. That part's good. Just leave that there. Again, this is just a rental car, so whatever. I'm just doing this video to show you guys. Now, we have our piece of vinyl, okay? We're gonna take our piece of vinyl and we're going to apply it to the top of this spoiler. Now, I'm gonna actually put this down for a second here. Now, one thing to actually note is that the spoiler, yes, it looks skinny and it looks like you could use a skinny piece, but don't use a skinny piece, guys. You're gonna actually put yourself in a jam. As you can see, if I look at the spoiler from here, this angle here, this is the widest point over here and the widest point is over here. We're looking at about, I'd say 10 inches to a foot in width. So our piece should be at least that, if not larger. I've cut my piece much larger than that. I've cut it at about 13, 14 inches. And this is going to allow us to actually just place the film on top of the spoiler. So let's do that. I'm gonna anchor down the opposite side right over there. You could use a magnet for that if you want to. Let's reel it right off. Leave that paper out of the way. And let's get into actually wrapping this bad boy. Now, I'm a little bit high up over here, so I'm gonna bring the camera in a bit so you guys can see. Okay guys, I'm going to adjust my film. As you can see, I do not have a lot on this end here, and I'm about 4 or 5 inches past the corner on the top here. So let's bring the film down a bit. I'm way too high up. And that's gonna give us better coverage on the bottom. We don't wanna play around with it too much. So again, let's bring it down over here. There's a trick to doing this, okay? There's a trick to actually getting this done nicely and securely without it lifting. Okay. Now, the main thing here is to actually stretch the film across the panel. By stretching the film across the panel or across the spoiler, it's going to allow the film to curl around the edges. By curling around the edges, we're actually having the film suck itself or shrink wrap the spoiler. You're going to see that in a second here. Now, what I like to do here is I don't like to anchor the film to the spoiler. I anchor the film to the actual opposite edge of the car, or basically the trunk is what I'm anchoring it to. I'm going to actually move my piece down a little further even and give myself a little bit more on the bottom. Let's do that.
Ow!
Because I'm going to show you something. I'm not worried about.
Det er ugens gæst. Det er Don Dækki, der lige kommer svingen bare her. Står sådan en balan.
Sådan.
Står på en bajer, du ved, det er Top Classic. Sears. Verdens bedste øl. Den er nu ikke så ringe. Det er øl til City, der har den på tilbud. 60 kroner for 24. Det er satan en bil, mand, i de her inden og Putinerne med det her, du ved, det hele er jo fandme så dyrt efterhånden.
And I'm going to take my film and I'm going to pull across. Watch. I'm going to pull across the spoiler, like so.
Hvad er vi... Jamen altså, hvad skal jeg tænke? Er han på ABO-DH?
Så, prøv lige igen. Det ved jeg ikke. Det er bare en meget pøller.
Er han tank, eller hvad?
Ja. Men vi skal ikke lave alt for høje keys, fordi han har ikke bang og gear på den der endnu.
Nej, det er fint. Sagtens. For jeg bedre giver jo, altså dine 10 tænker jeg nu sagtens, vi kan.
Ja, det er også det, vi plejer at lave omkring 10.
Okay, fint nok.
Hvad
har I?
Nokut 9.
Nokut 9. Hvad har vi ellers? Ingenting?
Hvad fanden er jeg? Life Pools 11.
Er der noget, I needer, altså fra en specific dungeon?
Nokut mangler.
Okay.
Jeg mangler fra Nokut, der mangler faktisk weapons. Jeg er jo lortegear, mate.
Har du?
Ja, 367 på den. Altså, jeg kan snilt tank til, det er det ikke det, men...
Du tænker i forhold til... Ja, du tænker i forhold til at få en invite?
Ja, det er jo det. Jeg tror, vi har en key.
Ja, men det har vi jo også. Jeg tænkte bare lige alligevel prøve at se, om vi også sådan 3 stunder, så de kunne få en invite. Det kunne de jo. Det er jo easy. Vi kører. Det er Rosaren, han er sgu klar.
Nokut?
Ja, det er Nokut 10, tror jeg, eller 11. 10 eller 11.
10.
Ja, det er 10, ja.
Jeg skal lige have nogle runes og noget lort. Jeg kan bare derude af med noget på. Hvad de hedder, de der runes der? Howling runes. Nej, det er ikke den anden. Det er haste. Howling, det er haste. Det er den skal. Jeg går lige ind og finder. Det er så dejligt inde på Warhead, der kan man bare lige gå ind under cheat-sheeten, så er derude. Yep.
Then we can squeeze them out. Look at this. It's perfect. So we have no bunching up. This is where the vinyl would bunch up normally, right here on this corner. We have no bunching up with the vinyl. Our film is nice and flat. We have very minimal glue lines, if any at all. And it looks good. It looks great. It looks perfect. So we're wrapped right around the front corner right here. That's perfect. That's what I wanted to do. So I wrapped a corner at the same time. Do the same thing on the other side.
Fucking good.
Getting that locked in a little bit right there. And this side, it is complex corner right here. It's all finished up. Let's do the same thing on the other side so you guys can see exactly what's happening all over again in case that wasn't the best angle for you to watch. Get it right here. Cool. Let's grab my
bitches on that dick.
Cool,
BL half XP.
Bitches on the dick.
Hvad fanden er Big Dick out with the heals? Er du bare sådan en stor healer med?
Ja, sådan det kan lidt at være, du ved.
Er det det, man kalder en hvid driller?
I lift the vinyl up when I do that. Stick that there. And I'm a little bit long on this side, so let's trim off some of the length. Perfect. I'm happy with this now. Now, over here, you can see we haven't stretched it yet, so we still have bunching up. This vinyl is going to bunch up as we go to push it down and around the bottom of the spoiler. And here, especially right here, look at this, it's going to bunch up like crazy right here. That's why we have to pull it across and across, up to this corner right here. Let's bring this vinyl back. Again, it's not tacked to the spoiler yet, so this shouldn't leave any lines or any inconsistencies in the finish. Let's heat it in this area where we need to heat it. I don't need to heat the whole thing. Okay, vinyl is starting to feel soft and pliable. Let's grab it, let's pull it apart. Make sure that doesn't happen. Don't want it to fold over itself. Let's take it and let's hit. Heat guns in my way. Let's try that again. That was my fault. Should put my heat gun more out of the way. So we'll heat that one more time. Get rid of all those wrinkles. Put the heat gun down there instead. Cool. Let's pull this apart again right there. Good. and let's get this to hit that edge right there. And again, we pull it across and up to the top corner right here while sort of wrapping this top corner all in one shot. Great. I'm going to pull out my wrinkles because the film will pull itself tight around this corner here. And again, if it doesn't work out the first time, try it again. The vinyl will allow you to try it again. Now the finish can get compromised the more you try this, so you do want to try and get this done more or less in one shot. You don't want to keep doing this over and over and over again. If you find that it takes too many tries to do it and the finish is being compromised on the film, then you just grab a new piece when you're ready to do the final piece and redo the whole thing. Let's pull this, make sure we pull all these wrinkles down right here and get them all smoothed out. And again, the final is just pulling itself right under here. It's perfect. Like, it doesn't get any better than that and any more durable than that. The only way it gets more durable than this is to actually remove the spoiler at this point and then wrap around the edges further. But we don't need to do that. I guarantee you, we don't need to do that. We're totally fine as far as all this goes. Let me move the camera a bit into a different position here and show you guys more what's happening from this side of things. Good. Let's get all this squeegeed out. So we need
Det var fordi hun ikke kunne være derinde med kasketten på.
Perfect, perfect, flat, squeegee it. Squeegee the very top of it. Now my piece was a little bit dusty, so it's going to leave some small swirl marks, but it would leave some small swirl marks anyways. They do post-heat out, so they do heat out afterwards. You don't have to worry too much. As long as you don't have too much dirt, or any dirt actually, on the surface of your film, you don't have to worry about the actual film being scratched heavily. So I'm just using my fingers to come down to the very edge here on the bottom. It's very easy to do, because the vinyl is actually pulling itself down into this area right here. Don't worry about it. I have the tape here, so if I wanted to cut right here, oops, it's all taped. Let's just cut it.
Baby, that was good.
Just make sure you know where your tape is and that you're actually cutting on the tape. So I'm gonna, when I can't see it anymore, I'll push down on the tape and make sure I know.
Hvad, står vi klar hernede, eller hvad?
Jeg ved ikke, hvad der sker med ham her russeren. Det må bare være svært. Han har invited en eller anden shadow priest. Det er sgu noget af en...
Med ideen for Sanguino. Hvem har BL'en? Eller hvad?
Ja. Det må vi må tænke os til. Ej, jeg har da drums.
Ja.
Drums.
Og han er blevet gæk. Okay. Og vi laver raid party.
Huh?
Nee. Underneath the edge. Look at my wrap stick flex. My wrap stick flex is actually underneath the edge of the spoiler.
Hun ligger lige lidt længere nede.
Right in there. That's what you need to see, guys. You're not ready to cut until you see that. So again, I'm going to start pushing it in and getting all of my vinyl tucked in underneath this edge. It's going to give me full coverage. Very important.
Du smider jo en ud og får den konvert. Hold da fast, det går langsomt med her.
Again, see my wrap stick flex is underneath. I use this
Bono.
because
Bono.
It's more of like finesse. You know, you've
Det er sgu da ham der med brilleren. Det er Bono.
Really nice tool that's great for tucking in very tight areas like this.
Bono.
Too thick most times, and you're not able to actually get the film tucked in underneath.
Prøv at trykke på den.
There's not a single glue line on this.
Så lad gå.
And the reason being is that I didn't actually stretch on the surface of the
Ja,
panel.
det er ved at finde en dark jo.
While the film was tacked down to the opposite panel,
Ikke
which is the
dark.
tank itself. Now over here, I have a lot of tension running across, and it's very difficult to see what's happening. So I'm going to do a relief cut right there.
Suck on them titties, boy. What's good?
Happening here much better. Let's lift it
Måske lige have noget.
and let's make sure
Som er
we're
det.
getting this nicely tucked in underneath that spoiler.
Han kan ikke antage, han står inde.
And we angle our blade basically
What?
flat onto it, okay? So we don't want to poke into the paint. I'm poking into the
Hvad foregår der?
So I'm poking into the two-sided tape a little bit. You don't see how much knife I have in there? I don't have a lot of blade in there. We just take our time and come around really nicely. Now the plastic, the manufacturer of this car, I mean it's Toyota, is not 100%
Now it's
perfect.
good.
So
So to re-enter the
100% perfect to begin with, you know, so the edges and stuff are a little bit, you know, rough. And so you might see that a little bit after we wrap it, because now it's going to be black on white. Before it was white on white. And so you wouldn't notice it with the white on white. But because we're going to have the opposite color, you're going to see most likely the rough edge. Some of that might be vinyl, which will end up heating over. Look at that, it's beautiful.
Det er dine sør, de er fede, bro.
Some of that might be vinyl, which will end up heating anyways at the end.
Der var den der drop by Black Temple.
Hvad sker der? Er vi ikke... er jeg i den forkerte, eller hvad sker der?
Ja, det tror jeg. Du kan lige ind og ud. Hvor fanden er jeg? Rådløgn, den der.
And then we can start once we get the bottom of this bottom of the spoiler tucked in.
Hvad fanden er det, der foregår?
Mig og Warlock, vi er inde i den samme, åbenbart.
Nå, så er det fordi, han resetter lidt andet bagefter, så skal vi ud. Hvad skal vi ud ind? Nej. Jeg kan bare re-enter, så kører jeg ud den.
2 fingre i kursen.
Der slinger i kursen.
2 fingre i kursen.
Jo, hvor det du.
I'm getting ahead of myself here. I haven't even squeegeed the whole thing out yet. It's okay, we can still take care of that. And I haven't even squeegeed the back side on the bottom here yet. But I wanted to move the camera so you guys can see all that.
Fucking roll it up! Her er en flaske,
I'll move the camera down.
Hvad så, begge de der lofter der, dem har du ikke prøvet at lave før, eller hvad? De der dampe lofter?
Nej, jeg har kun noget, der minder om en gang. Det er sgu sådan noget, der er til offentlige bygninger. Er det ikke? Det er da ikke noget.
Jo.
Ja.
Ikke så meget her på Danmark, de har.
Nej, jeg tænkte, det var sagde, men for helvede sådan noget stål. Bare ståltag og stål, alting, det er bare fucking garbanzo, hvis du spørger mig. Det er sgu ikke noget for mig. Det
er bare, altså det her, ikke? Og det er sådan, selve den der stålprofil, det hænger i det hele.
Ja.
Det er sådan en trekant. Du ved, så man kan ikke engang klippe det over med blæksaksen, så man skal sådan, du ved, så vi har båndsav og sådan noget lort til at lave det.
Nå for helvede.
For vi må selvfølgelig heller ikke bruge vinkelsliberen, fordi det er inde på sygehuset.
Ja, så er der hazard. Ja, men det er jo rigtigt nok. Der er jo nogen, der mener, at de der dampe der, eller stød der, når sådan en klinge derude, den bliver forstået. Jamen, det er sådan noget kraftfremkaldende pisse og indånd. Men altså, jeg ved ikke, det er alting jo kraftigt efterhånden, så...
Jeg tror, det er på grund af branden, vi ikke må bruge det indenfor.
Ja, okay.
Det er sådan helt, du ved, det er helt on another level, hvor meget der skal, altså de går op i det brand der.
Ja, det sker sgu aldrig. Men ja, det er fint nok. Det gør der sgu da, der sker der masser, man hører der tit om hus og alle mulige pisse, der er brændt, fordi, men det er jo som regel en eller anden tyk...
men det her lokale, det er jo sådan, du ved, der er ingenting udover, det er beklædt med 15 fliser overalt og sådan noget.
Ja, okay,
der er sgu ikke noget. Det er sådan, vi er ved at lave et køkken, sådan et industrikøkken. Sådan helt, det er jo helt latterligt. Og lofterne, de er stål, og al isoleringen, der er i nærheden, det er, du ved, det er sådan noget brandisolering og...
Branding isolering.
FP packing, tror jeg det hedder, eller sådan noget. Det er sådan, der kommer sådan nogle kasser fra Vyre der. Wood Enterprises.
Vi har det hele, dog.
Ja, nu er det så ringe.
Jeg kan altid regne med Vyre Enterprises, de har alt.
Du skal aldrig ringe det Vyre. De kommer med grej. Så bliver den der.
Daniel, han skal have lidt lave.
Den skal der lige lov for, den kommer her, den kommer her.
Åbent, så begynder ham der boomeren at lave noget, eller hvad?
Han står bare i kartforum, jeg vidste godt, om han troede, han var Pharaoh.
Nej. Nej, det tror jeg jo lige var fedt rollen her, men det var da bare slet af der.
Og lige to, der gik off der. Jeg var ellers lige på vej om.
Det er jo sådan en boomer, han lige hurtigt kan klare.
Det gider han ikke. Han har travlt optaget med at lave lige så meget damage som tanken.
Ja, jeg er lige lidt under. Jeg tror, det er det, han fokuserer mest på, det er at ligge lige under.
Der er nogen, der bliver pumpet nu.
Bare lige, og sådan en kaptajn til squish, sådan det er, hvis man er...
Det er Young Livs baller, der blev pumpet kapitaler.
Jeg havde med mig bare svært med, hvis det er, man...
Og for helvede. Hvad?
Okay. Ja, nu er det så en anden snak lidt lige...
Jeg kommer. I må lige survive. Det skulle have været det der, og den der fucking ørn der, jeg tror, det er, når de er brain rage, så når med, de bare slasker eller et eller andet.
Nej, det er faktisk ikke. Men ja, det skal nok passe der.
Jeg er helt sikker på, det kunne have været, det var en ork, der var popped off.
Det er jo muligt. Du selv var ret dygtig til at tage den her gang.
Ja, Elbush. Ja, som vi gør op det. Ja. Ja! Bare nødder. These nuts!
Man kan simpelthen aldrig nogensinde få lov til at lave DPS som healer i sådan nogle perks her, altså. Det er sgu ligegyldigt, hvad fanden der sker.
Nej, hvad fanden?
Så kigger man på sådan en big stream, du ved.
Bare peanuts, jo. For helvede.
Stop, det er wipe nu.
Imens er der en, der skriver MB sorry.
Fuck, man, altså sådan en boomer der, hvad fanden foregår der, man? Får noget gas på de pedaler.
Ingen DPS og ingen killing of bombs, vi kører. Det er derudad. Og man står i bæreform hele tiden. Det er sgu en idiot.
Hvor sådan også, Bobby. Vi tager lige den her, der roamer i.
Jeg skulle, vi skal bare gå. Jeg ved ikke, hvor fanden jeg er henne. Nå, for helvede, helt hernede. Man er jo i bæreform endnu.
Du står i bæreform igen nu. Må den der under Arvi der.
Det er over. Jeg racer.
Ja, for helvede, det er umuligt at få godt.
De her ops, man, de går bare off. Fuck, man.
Mads, der sidder og tager dem der, ikke? Jeg tænker, spawner de ind i de der zones der, hvor man ikke kan stå inde, og så... For helvede.
Bare kør. Jeg ved ikke, hvor fanden vi skal bare gå, fordi jeg står her og er helt forvirret i luften.
Jeg ved heller ikke, hvor vi er lige pisse.
Så kører vi da bare hernede, så.
Det er godt, vi kører.
Hvis de lige slider dem der.
Young slider.
Hvis ham der Younger, slæk Dækkeruski, han lige fik suget de der, når de rated også.
Nej, der er ikke en skid, man. Han står med fucking headpiece fra... hvad det hedder... Du ved, det der pirat headpiece, der var i sidste expansion. Helt ugly. Big time ugly, men det er han jo selvfølgelig ligeglad med. Han sidder i en konstant trance, havde jeg sagt.
Nej, jeg fik ikke den der, jeg fik den der.
De der ops, man. Fuck. Det er sgu for rough.
Jamen altså, for det første, Warlock han er slet ikke med på det. Det er jo, hvad det er. Boomeren, han er jo ikke, nu har jeg lige taget dem der, Heaten han taget 8, jeg har taget 6 på den, bare på den her combat, vi er gang i.
Men altså, det er jo umuligt med de her noobs. Ud! Vi gider ikke spille med de her shiders her.
Sorry.
Jeg kommer i hvert fald ikke rigtig noget af med boomer der.
Men du er sgu toxic. Prøv lige at se den måde der. Toxic, det du skrev stadig på.
Toxic. Ja, det er jo. Det er sgu jo. Vi kan bare lave den 9'er, jeg har, hvis der er så invite nogen bangs.
Ja, det er fint nok. Det er inviter.
Hvad er det 9'er, hvad? Nok ud.
Jeg vil mega gerne i en nok ud. Shit, lock. Jeg skriver det loggen, han er et skatlord. Så skriver han, shit, lock, bro, who is he? Who is he?
Fuck nogle turtles, mand.
Ja, det var godt at ringe dem der.
Ja, men altså, Garbanzo det bedste, det er jo én ting, men altså, hvis man så kan sige, at man har siddet og nakket op, fair nok. Altså, 0, den er Warlock, jeg tror, han nakkede 1 op i løbet af hele runnet. 2 op, skal jeg se, på hele runnet. Og han nakkede. Og han sidder og crier på, at folk, de skal nakke op. Hold kæft, mand. Ja, det er sgu fint.
Vi skal sgu lige have en vejlet af Parbin.
Nå ja, for helvede.
Ja,
støtteren, han er der.
Det er stadigvæk til at være fucking healer.
Ja, godt nok været deeps.
Ja, følger du den eller hvad? Der kom sgu en DK-tank, det var jeg skal have ham med i stedet for.
Kan du ikke, du er deep tag, eller hvad?
Nej.
Nå, for helvede.
På den her. Nej, den er lort, det giver. Altså, det kan godt tage en 10, jeg har taget en 10 på den. Uden problem.
Ja, men jo mere. Jo boring. Ej, jeg heal, eller DPS hedder det, når man
Du kan da bare tage en anden chance, hvis der er.
Jamen, jeg har jo ikke, jeg kan selvfølgelig sætte DK'en, men altså, jeg synes sgu ikke at spille PvE på den. Ikke sådan rigtigt. Den er allerede bench, skal jeg fortælle dig, den DK. Jamen, jeg ved sgu ikke, jeg ved ikke, hvordan det er state of DK er. Hvad siger du?
Du skal vel også i seng lige om lidt, så det er vel lige
meget. Ja, det var det. Jeg har fået lige en bajer mere, så jeg...
Så skal du ind og se, så du skal, det er færdigt med MMA, du skal ind og se Jake Paul box mod en eller anden totalt ligegyldig lige om lidt.
Ja.
Er det boxing alt, eller hvad?
Skal de?
Ja, det ved jeg sgu ikke.
Jamen, der er der noget snak om, man skal bokse mod en eller anden fjolse og en alt for længe.
Skulle han ikke bokse mod ham der Fury der? Tom Fury, eller
jeg ved ikke, det faldt vist igen, og så gjorde det
ikke alligevel. Torben Fury.
Så skulle han altså bokse mod, hvad hedder han? Top G.
Ja. Jeg skulle lige nødt til at kigge an det. Sådan vej dem der.
Ja.
Okay. Hvad var den på?
Det var bare en key.
This corner was definitely rough, I know that. But that's as good as it gets because of the plastic.
Top G.
Remember.
And that is like all the underside and stuff like that. You can see all down there.
Ja, hvis han nogensinde kommer ud af fængsel igen.
Ja, det er jo lige det.
De bliver jo bare ved med at holde ham på et eller andet ligegyldigt for evigt.
Ja, men det er sådan et eller andet med, de kan vist holde ham i 180 dage. Det er jo kraftigt med lang tid. Jo, men
det har de vel allerede gjort nærmest.
Ja, nej, jeg ved ikke. Jeg tror faktisk kun, det er en måned eller sådan noget, 2 måneder måske.
Jo, men han har jo åbenbart været incarcerated tidligere. På i samme sag, hvor de stadigvæk ikke... De har været i gang med den der sag siden, hvad fanden var det? Februar sidste år, eller sådan noget, der de har stadigvæk ikke præsenteret noget som helst, han er sigtet for. Han er bare vaksis fængsel. Det er vildt nok, man kan det.
Ja.
Men sådan er det jo at bo i sådan et østeuropæisk land, altså det er jo så korrupt som bare fanden.
Ja, det er jo det.
Ikke at det er en skide bedre her, men nok alligevel lidt bedre end fucking Rumænien, eller hvor fanden det er, han bor.
Ja.
Some old classic cars, they don't. So what you have to do, I mean, even on like a Rolls Royce, they don't, like newer Rolls Royces, they don't have a nice recess here. So you have to actually just kind of find.
Det er vildt nok, hvordan der er nogen, der
That is all up to you, and that's your judgment call on that.
Kan vi køre med den her? Ej, det er stinkedes det her, men ja, vi kører op med hånden her. Han har en semi banger DPS alt. Der må ikke have en banger på den der. Så har vi jo
Bangaroos. Han skulle fra Dentork. Det er sgu back in the day, mate. Ja, der er du vel ikke med en.
På Dentork?
Halsors.
Jeg spillede faktisk lidt på Dentork. Jeg kan bare ikke helt huske, hvilken char det var.
Jeg spillede i hvert fald med Asper og Halsor derinde.
Ja, jeg har spillet på den server, men jeg kan ikke helt lige huske, hvilken
Is it me you're waiting for?
Nej, det er sgu en healer, vi er waiting for.
Nå, så
Weird style of cutting tape because the string actually, the cutting string.
Det er så længe inden vi skal i seng.
Ej, du skal vel op og pumpe børn ud i morgen?
28 du.
Hvad?
28.
Så er jeg sgu going.
Bam, hvad er det, du lægger over om derinde? Hvad er det med ham? Ud med ham. Bro. Så du godt det?
Det var the Russian gamble, han lige tog der.
Det er bare derude af. Han er sgu en stunner, det kan jeg se.
Det er sgu en record breaker, det der Harry Potter-spil der, bro.
Er det?
Er det så fedt, eller hvad?
Ja, okay, så jeg spiller på PS5.
Ja.
Okay, men det er jo altså... Det er jo ikke for sådan nogen som dig, Daniel, ikke? Og det er jo sådan noget, det er jo, de havde jo transkønnen og alt det der. Det ved jeg godt, det er ikke noget for dig.
Ja, men jeg har sgu heller aldrig været den helt store Harry Potter-fanatik, det må jeg nok alligevel sige.
Nej, men de havde jo nære og transkønnen eller sådan, eller hvad fanden det er, de går og snakker om.
For helvede.
Så er det ikke noget for dig.
Er det ikke bare fordi, de hader J.K. Rowling eller sådan et eller andet? De mener, hun er big time, hun er da bare spitting true bars, altså det er sgu da ikke...
Jeg tror ikke, vi skal bare reset den her, bro.
Hvad sker der? Hvem fanden er det, der spiller non-mythic?
Ja, det er fordi, den tier, har I ikke været ude at party i så? Det har jeg måske ikke.
Nej, det er jeg sgu ikke sikker på. Videre. Så kan de have
Er vi klar?
Er den reset?
Ja.
Hold da op, nu får jeg bare verdens allerlængste loan screen nogensinde.
Og en ny computer.
Jeg har sgu lige fået en ny computer.
Jo, men nu er jeg mere. Hvad er rigtigt, Daniel?
Har du sager?
Jeg skal bare have en ny computer, hvis der er lange loan screens.
Ja, jeg får sat en upgrade. Der er sgu masser af tåber, der køber ens gamle lorte hardware, så det sagde man bare at komme i gang. Bare køb ny, og så sælg dit gamle lort. Så sagde man, folk de sidder og bare lapper det der 12 år gamle hardware i sig. Jeg har en 12 til 15 år gammel computer, som Hassel gamer på. Den har jeg sat på til 1200 kroner. Der er 5 mennesker indtil videre, der vil købe den. Men jeg har bare sådan fået second thoughts, fordi ligesom at de sidder og, du ved, folk de skriver på den, så er Hassel egentlig begyndt at spille rimelig meget på den med sådan Farming Simulator og CSGO og sådan noget. Så er lidt ærgerligt at lige tage den fra ham lige nu, kan man sige.
Er der gået Farming Simulator 1 nu?
Ja. Ej, det spiller vi om, men også
CSGO. For helvede. Blyert, ruski, blyert.
Han er faktisk rigtig ruski, ham der. Det er sgu sjældent, at de er rigtig ruski. Get hende nu ruski.
Hvorfor kan han ikke enter the dungeon? Hvad fejler han? Hvorfor er den her dungeon, den er fucking cursed?
Det er han heller ikke til, der var fordi folk de er niggers.
Det er nu.
Så sød.
Det er bare det, der
det er bare det, der sker. Det er bare dig, der hunger sådan. Dig, dørs.
Er han inde?
Ja, han er fuld. Den er helt inde.
Vi kører. Det skal sgu ikke have nogen timer, vi kører bare.
Det var derude. Ravenclaw, det er det værste. Det er det værste at spille i Harry Potter. Bare lige så I ved det.
Ravenclaw?
Ja. Ravenclaw, det er det værste.
Hvem er Ravenclaw?
I Harry Potter, det er bare et af the households.
Er de gode?
Nej, det er jo lige det, jeg sidder og siger, det er der.
Hvorfor skal vi have Blood Lost på en pack?
Det er Fortified Week, så...
Det er jo Mobs Week, jo.
Jo, men...
Ja, det er rigtig nok. Vi skal nok ret pulle bækker end det her, tænker jeg, hvis det er det sådan virkelig skal være både.
Jamen, jeg ved jo bare ikke, om ham der han er med på at beat det.
Ja, han sgu ikke. Men der er jo ikke nogen ops, der du hører Parapi Chulo på boomeren. Så der er sgu ikke nogen ops, der går off her. Du kan kraftigt pulle hele dungeon, mand.
Tvivler, men vi kan da prøve. Prøv lige den der Onari der. Så, det er godt nok svært, at man bare skal have gang i alting. Ja.
Well done. Keep retaking the weapons. 2 more remain. You want to make sure that this tape is sitting flat.
Og den så har jeg en... det var den der.
Babijola. Han skændte der, var det godt nok en op, der poppede op.
Ja.
Det er løgn. Jeg tjekker lige Explosive Ops. Kan man ikke engang se nu, eller hvad?
Kom ind med der.
Nej, der er nu, jeg død, så er det over.
Og sådan.
Jeg stod jo ligger over charmeren på healing den, så... det var løgn.
Ja, det.
Ja. Demonlands, de er fandme strong.
Men... Man. Jeg ved, at når hans top healing, det er på dig og ham selv, og ikke på mig.
Ja, man stinker det der med ham.
Det,
det vidste vi jo godt. Det var vi jo allerede klar over fra second one.
Jamen, vi prøvede jo bare lige at push it to the limit. Nu kører vi sgu.
Kom der satan ned med Spirit Link. Hvad satan?
Nu bliver jeg sat med vildt heromme. Ej. Han der bare. Ja, satan, bros.
Hvad satan, nogle sturders. Jeg har jo lavet 20k healing på second, han har lavet 10.
Du tog sgu the Russian gamble af den. Det skulle snake.
Det han toppede healing med, det var simpelthen spirit healing der lige. Eller healing exchange, som der den lige lavet.
Det var the Russian gamble, og det var sgu snake eyes.
Det var satan med snake eyes, det der.
Men Kill Orange Ball, han har nakket 0. Hold kæft, mand, de russere. De sidder bare og snakker om orbs, der skal killes, så de snakker ingen selv. Han har nakket 0. Altså, jeg har nakket 19, han har nakket 0. For satan, mand. Og det charme, det er den allerbedste til det balls, mand. Det er bare at poppe den der fucking, hvad hedder den der fucking, den der wind shear, ikke wind shear, det hedder noget andet nu. Der var et eller andet mega easy knockdown ability.
You're mother ass. Nope. Nej, hvad den hedder, ja. Jeg kan ikke huske, jeg ved godt, hvad du snakker om. I know what you talk about, boy. Han er bare død straight a fucking way, altså, come on.
Det er helt galt, det her.
Fuldstændig.
Det er en fucking 9'er, det her, altså.
Jamen, bro. I know.
Han er bare cursed, den der dungeon, altså, hvad skal der ske?
Jamen, det er da fordi, han er fucking gylde, ham der, mand.
Det er 5 god healing. Han skal lære dem til at stoppe trolling i hvert fald. Det er jo trolling det der, det er jo ikke andet. Altså, han sidder jo, han får jo ikke noget healing af. Han skal bare trykke.
Vi prøver det her ene mob her, så ser vi lige, om vi kan nå det, inden den der pack, den kommer.
Ja, så går det.
Han er sgu med under healing nu. Nu kører det.
Man har også poppet healing tide 1000 på et mob.
Og begge er jo her.
Så altså nu skal der noget damage igennem, ellers så bliver vi sgu ast.
Ass to the wall.
Det er over der. Det kunne godt gå hen og være.
Ej, jeg har poppet Nature's Vigil, så jeg tænker det går.
Okay.
Arbejder lidt healing.
Jeg ser lige.
So this is the other cutter. Plastic, it most likely will not damage your paint pretty much. This one on the other hand can damage your paint. This is metal with it's Teflon coated, alright? So this can, you want to keep this elevated when we're using it. I do prefer this one actually. This one does work well. So I'm going to keep it elevated. And we can use this piece afterwards, like Sharpen's already wrapped. But we can use a piece for the Sharpen.
Okay, hvad sker der med healing lige nu? Og det er så dejligt.
Så er bare poppet en eller anden healing cooldown.
Wow. Ellers er han bare begyndt at bruge hans abilities, det er jo selvfølgelig også muligt ned.
Hvad så, nu bliver vi ikke ambush lige pludselig, gør vi?
Nej, vi har taget det hele herovre.
Jeg tænker, at den der healer... Altså, jeg har tænkt mig at lade ham sorte de der fucking armbryster der. Han må bare i gang.
Så lige, bare lige for en sikkerheds skyld, så holder du lige bare lige øje med ham, gør vi ikke lige... Hvis man har tænkt sig at sige hej til dem, eller... Sådan. Nå, hånderen, han tager den sgu.
Jeg tror godt, han har...
En homie. Nej.
Jeg var sgu godt klar over, at klokken var slået. Så
ja.
Det var en svær boss.
Det skulle ikke... Det skulle ikke for sjov i hvert fald lige. Hvad jeg skulle tage Druiden til den næste?
Jeg tænker ikke, det er tanking, der er problemet her.
Nå.
Eftersom vi lavede 4 streger uden at wipe en eneste gang for 2 dage siden.
Så det var lige start week, du ved, det der folk giver en motivator, det er stunners, du får med. Så her later on in the week, så er det halvt det der affald, der ikke har fået finished deres dungeons, de left up. Ej, jeg ved ikke, om det er altid også, det er selvfølgelig ikke altid sådan, men jeg synes faktisk, der er en tendens, hvis man er ret hurtigt ude på første dag, så får man som regel stunners med.
Ja,
det er ligesom, det er ligesom, når man laver de der, hvad hedder det...
Og det er samme rate sådan set op, vil jeg sige.
Ja, lige præcis med rating, så... Også hvis man er med fra start af, så er det også bare 1000 gange nemmere at få achievement done, så...
Ja, lige præcis.
Så man ikke skal sidde med sådan et eller andet farter.
Da vi selv lavede raid, der er det heller ikke noget problem. Finde en okay crew. Det var sat med bang af det crew, vi lavede.
Ja. Det er jo easy at lave godt crew, hvis man gider at bruge tiden på det.
Ja.
Bare se i ugen efter, hvor vi så ikke selv lavede crewet, så var de bare fucking shit.
Ja. Det fuck, bro. Ja. Det var ligesom om, at det der, det kan han bare slet ikke omstille sig til, at
Det der bursting, der går galt for ham.
Jeg tror det sgu ikke, altså. 20k healing, altså det er virkelig bottom.
Det er det, man kalder det. Det er ikke top G i hvert fald, lad os se sådan.
Det er sgu skat G, det her.
Det er fedt nok. Gad heller ikke at have...
Og det er mig, det vi savler og bare savler til det daglaget.
Man gad heller ikke at have den der, hvad hedder det, done i den her uge. Anyway.
Nej.
Den der med de 4 Mythic Plus done. Det kan være, jeg skal tage dem i normal Mythic. Det kan være, det er bedre.
Har du lavet dem endnu?
Nej, jeg kunne lave dem på Priest.
Nå, ja, det er rigtigt. Se der. Ja, der må tage det.
Er du ikke blot eller for hvad? Jeg tror, du kunne bruge... Har du ikke stadig det der?
Men jeg brugte den på de andre der, det var ved at gå helt alt derovre.
Ja, okay.
Jeg brugte dem en, så nu har jeg nok en ski.
Der kommer heller ikke mere af det. Nej, det er rigtigt.
No, det er det.
Yeah, we're losing.
Scratches, like more aggressive scratches and things like that. This
Du går der bare op.
like 3 or I think it's 4 times as thick as the Avery, so it's gonna hold up a lot better to the actual elements and what's going on around it. But again, as far as ease of installation goes, this is the easiest, and it looks nice. It's a very nice. So I have the shield guard here. What I'm gonna do?
Har du set?
Ja, det har jeg, men jeg kan ikke få noget på af. Jo, det kunne jeg. Det er sataneme godt nok.
Det er godt nok next level med den her fucking den her healer her.
Det er sgu Nature's Vigil, der holder gang i skibet her. Hold da kæft, mand.
Yeah, damn, boys. What's it?
Hvad der foregår her, altså?
Ja, jeg ved det ikke. Bruh.
Jeg fatter ikke, han har lavet nok hud plus 2. Det kan selvfølgelig være, det ikke. Jeg var den anden week. Det var nemmere.
Plus 2, eller hvad?
Ja.
Men plus 9 har han lavet, står du på min?
Ja, altså. Han har lavet en 9'er, men plus 2. Altså, chest,
ja.
2 chest.
Må have været i en...
det må
uge,
have
hvor det var
været
easy.
Ja, det må have været en easy. Er vi klar, tror vi?
Ja, mere så klar, som vi blev.
Vi kører Assassination. Skal jeg lige med at lige hjælpe til med den her. Nu hvor vi starter med at bruge en mega healing cooldown.
Today we use Onara's gifts to free her. We will journey to Nokuden Hold. Fly, outsider! Valakar's power grows.
You can never really have too much shield guards.
Der er intet, der er federe, når folk de skriver til en eller anden stop trolling. Det er virkelig en diss, der vil noget.
Bruh, stop trolling me.
Men hvad er der foregår, altså? Jeg skal lige have repairet. Der er fuld gul. Hvad så skal du?
Der er 125.000 healing der. Det var en Riptide, og så var der 30k fra hans Dragon Shield af, fordi han landede med den der, du ved. Dragon Riders lorting. Sådan, boys. Så sgu bare det, fordi jeg er ring.
Ja, det er nok det, der er problemet. Det var fucking easy at heal af den der hold, så falder 10 den anden dag i hvert fald.
Jo. Det var noget helt andet, bro. Helt andet.
Det var der samme week.
Jo, men det er jo ikke i dag.
Og den tager lige en food buff her, det skal vi vist bruge.
Jeg bruger på det hele. Jeg er min max nu, boys.
Men nu kan man også sige, hvad det hedder, hvis man sådan skal putte lidt på klingen, så Horse of Valor, den har altså heller ikke sådan rigtig store packs i den forstand som det her. Det har det jo store packs hele tiden, og det der sker, det er jo, at der kommer flere ops, og men altså man kan sige, det er sgu ikke ops, der nakker os lige nu. Altså det er jo bare en dårlig undskyldning, jeg kommer med der. Nu er jeg ved at komme på undskyldninger i forhold til den der lorte charmen. Det er bestemt ikke det, der er min intention, fordi han stænker vist bare. Ja, det har noget at sige med pack sizes, altså i den uge her for eksempel. Det har også nok at gøre med, at så nakker du en stor pack. Og så får der jo også flere bursting. Så det er sådan lidt. Nok der er jo en dungeon med ret store packs sådan hele tiden.
I hvert fald lade være med extenten, hvis jeg tænkte, at jeg overlevede.
Jeg står bare og healer mig selv, jeg skulle kold. Jeg skulle selv. Jeg kan selv.
Kan selv, vel selv.
Og hvis bare det er fordi han stinker, vi er getting vores ass whooped her.
Man kan sige, det der er rigtig godt at have med i den her uge, det er i hvert fald en priest, den her, tænker jeg.
Ja, det er
eller bare generelt have en priest med, det er sat med baller med, når man laver de der. Du ved lige en gang imellem, når man kommer til at lave de der puls, hvor det bare stikker helt af.
Ja, den er snart mere.
Det tager fandme ikke puls for, han er her i hvert fald. Der er noget selv, der kan lige gøre. Maybe. Nu kommer jeg så.
De stinker de der zones der over alle hele.
Den der heldigvis er vi snart færdig med mobs, jo. What the? Oof.
Jeg ved snart ikke, hvad man kan gøre for at hjælpe ham her, altså han er jo elendig.
Ved han?
Nej, han er stadigvæk.
Eagles will feast on your flesh.
Det er i hvert fald ikke... PT bruger jeg ikke så meget min beam offensiv. Det er mere sådan lige for, hvis nu jeg gerne lige vil overleve. Nej, de skal være på inden det så videre her.
Er det ikke 94 eller sådan noget?
Vi skal have den pack derovre ved siden af i hvert fald. Wait.
Nej, der er vel ikke noget vand med, som den kæmpe nu på den. Hvorfor har han øget shield på sig selv?
Nå, han er også for mig.
Plejer man ikke køre med water shield? Han har lightning shield på. Er der ikke water shield i her?
So it doesn't actually break the way it's supposed to when you pull the string. Not like knifeless tape does. Alright, so when we get to here...
Altså lige så stille for at regain. Hold fast til nu.
Over top of the actual vinyl, okay? And where the string is vinyl. What you want to do is pull on a 45.
Daniel, han er sgu spaced helt ud, han kan ikke klare mere.
Han er sgu en idiot. Heller ikke den her gang skulle bruge sådan imponeret. Bare kom sammen, boys. Hvis man står oven i hinanden, så er det sat med easy.
I know. Jeg får en...
Away from him.
Fuck, jeg sidder og sover. Fun.
Funland.
Det er godt, vi har alle de der combat rests stadigvæk nu, når vi ikke dør en skid.
For tænke på, at du døde helt vildt.
Vi har jo bare nok 2 for noget for lige.
Wind guides my arrow.
Det er lidt mere trash, skal vi ikke?
Protect my children.
Ja, jeg kan pulle, før han er herhenne, for ellers så går det jo galt, jo. Okay.
Section here. We've done it about 5 or 10 minutes. Okay, so again, I've done the same thing. I've cut some of the vinyl back to expose the tape. The vinyl doesn't stick to the tape as much. It does a bit still, but it doesn't stick as much as it normally would with the glass. So again, what I'm going to do here is find the edge. So I can look to see actually kind of how far down I got to go. I don't have to
Er du nok?
go very far. Maybe like a
Det tror jeg. Nej, jeg mener det er 94.
Ja, Ja, men vi tager den sidste, den tager vi deroppe efter bossen. Så tager vi bare lige 2 der går ved siden af. Tænker jeg så. Så tager vi bare dem.
Slightly below that, I went to squeegee the vinyl below it accidentally. You don't want to squeegee the
I don't care.
onto the rubber seal. You only want to squeegee up to the rubber seal. If we squeegee the vinyl onto the rubber seal, it makes it a bit more difficult to take the vinyl off when we're going to tuck it in. So it'll actually stick to the rubber seal pretty good, and that's going to cause.
Har du fandt et lortemorgen nede i den der outposten der inde her nu? Eller i Travelers Look.
Jeg har ikke lige været inde og kigge på det.
17 dage, der kommer ny ting.
Det skal være.
Morgens? Damn. Det er til reflection, som man siger.
Jamen, den har du vel allerede købt for 10 år siden, den der Celestial Steed. Du er jo en big spender dengang.
Det var sat nemt vandbog, mand. Jeg er ikke sådan nære i socialdemokrat. Jeg har jo fandme nemme mand af folket, så jeg har sgu brugt alle mine muler på big tech. Så det er dejligt. Det er jo sådan, det er.
Big tech. Og tænk på, du har kraftigt haft et mansion med alt det, du har brugt på at flytte mænd rundt i WoW.
Ja, lige præcis. Men sådan er det jo. Det er jo ikke den mentalitet, jeg har. Jeg er jo, som jeg siger, ikke socialdemokrat, så jeg har ikke egen vinding for øje. Det handler ikke om, hvor jeg kan skovle ind i min egen pengeboks. De socialdemokrater, de går tur. Sådan er det nu.
Hold fast, mand.
Hvad sagde den? Vi har alligevel closing in on the last boss.
Og kanskje vi får den her dungeon. Det er tidligt, men...
Ja, det er tidligt at call den.
Men jeg synes, at vi bevæger os tættere og tættere på. Det kan man lige se, hvor mange tries vi skal have her.
Okay. Good.
Det kan godt blive svært i, og vi skal lige have 2 mobs bagefter den her. Det er der en tricky. Der er en tricky del, den kommer, og vi skal pulle 2 mobs på en gang.
Ja, altså hvis vi først begynder sådan at wipe på dem, så kan det hele nemlig trække lange af der.
Ja.
Not trying to kill it. Remember, we're just trying to be gentle here. This is all about finesse. Tuck that in. I'll keep going along to the other side.
Balor's weapon will be broken. He will not take a place of honor with the ancestor Khans.
Run the triangle down. Speed at the same time.
Yes, boys. Så satte man godt kørt det der. Det er stærkt.
Onara now flies free. Without Balakar's influence, Clan Nokud may heal.
Hvad er det for nogle lorte stats, den har den her ring her?
We can gently glide. The squeegee. The triangle down, and then...
Det er smart nok, de har lavet det der med, at man ikke kan trade sådan noget lort.
Now, like I said, if you push too far down with the vinyl...
Nå, hvad blev det til? Det blev til en Azure Wall 10.
We just did before we tuck it in, if that makes sense to you, then what's going to happen is the vinyl's going to get stuck to the rubber trim, and it's going to be hard to lift it off using the triangle
For ham her, man. God damn.
without damaging the vinyl.
Nade.
Right, so when we get down to here,
Hvad sagde jeg til dem? Jeg er nødt til lige ud og se, hvad det var about. Den lille mand, han er sgu halvsyg. Det er nok corona. Er det corona, der? Det er jo farligt.
Okay, sådan, ja.
Skal vi lave den der show roll, eller hvad, bra?
Hvor meget er det lige? En 10'er?
En 10'er, straight out.
Jeg kan lige hente Druiden, han skal have lavet en 10'er, jo.
Ja.
Tænker jeg. Han er ikke... jeg tror ikke, jeg har lavet nogen hjemme på den endnu der.
Går der jo flere måneder, inden du kommer på igen, jo. Det er jo lige meget.
Nej, det regner ikke med
Might be a little bit easier to see. Again, it's a little bit hard to see because of the gloss black, but I'm just squeegeeing down to the top of where the seal meets the paint. No further down than that. We'll fold this down. This one I can see. I'm going to find the gap on the opposite side and trim, giving myself about 1/8 of an inch.
Det skal sgu lige ind til volten. Jeg har åbenbart...
Move to the other side.
Så har det ikke været på.
Nej, åbenbart det. Hvad skal det være? Loot for... Guardian Druid. Jeg tror, det her var den novelle, det her så bare slag. 408 boots. Det kan vi bruge sådan noget der lige.
Victor.
Bare 408 boots.
I've honestly been using this triangle for like the
You know what it is.
to do this. Now, if my squeegee is a little bit too wide, which this one is, you're gonna want a tool that has a bit more finesse.
One right now, bro.
Wrap stick flex. And that's gonna help me tuck the vinyl in. So this one is very tight in the front, all right?
Det er det rigtige boots.
But again, it's always, in my opinion, much better to tuck the vinyl in than not tuck the vinyl in. Just take our time. This is not a rush job. So we have to find a sweet spot. Sometimes the triangle gets stuck, and I don't want to push too hard, so we have to lift it a little bit and then find a sweet spot. It should glide pretty easily.
Det er bulle.
I'm gonna go ahead and tuck all this in. You can put
Hvor du skal hen? Sure, Walt.
masking tape or painter's tape around the actual squeegee itself, or the triangle. I find that it doesn't help that much, and it just creates thickness to the actual triangle. The vinyl itself doesn't really stick to the triangle, I don't find. It's just finding the right angle to get the squeegee to run through the trim is the most difficult part. So, like I said, if we add a little bit of masking tape to the squeegee, that's going to make it thicker, and it's going to make it maybe a little bit more difficult. So I'm just trying to find that spot again without digging it in. See how I'm just taking my time, right? About halfway through. Oh, came out again.
Big
deal. Go back in. It only takes like 2 minutes, even when we're taking our time. It's not a long time. So I'm gonna have to come over there because I can't really reach anymore. This is actually my easier side when I'm doing it like this right now, pulling it towards me. Pushing away is kind of awkward. So again, you can see how I'm just pushing down. I'm not actually gliding my wrap stick along it because I could get a wrinkle because it's so tight, so I don't want to get a wrinkle. I want to make sure that I'm not getting a wrinkle on the edge. It's happened to me before, and sometimes you can save it and sometimes you can't. Sometimes you got to redo it. So like I said, it's all about finding that sweet spot where the triangle glides. Too stiff. As long as you're being gentle enough, this won't cause any damage, all right?
sometimes on older cars, the trim can be very dried and cracked simply because of the sun's been drying it out, and it's rubber. Rubber dries out. So yes, it can be an issue on some older cars. We don't typically do a lot of older cars. I wouldn't recommend doing anything older than 6 or 7 years. But again, if it's your own car, that's totally cool. Practice on your own car. All right, we're nearing the end. So you can see how a tool like this is super handy. If it was me back in the day, a credit card might do the job. Before I had a tool like this. I only got this tool not even a year ago, so. We should be good. Cool, that looks great. So next thing's next. We're gonna open the sunroof. This is the last bit. So open the car. Let's pop that sunroof. So the sunroof, because I've masked it, will hopefully, let's go slow. We're gonna go slow here. I'm gonna control it.
Bro.
Okay, so if I find that it's sticking a little bit too much, I might have to go around it. So right now I'm gonna go around it with the squeegee and just get it off the tape a bit. So normally it would slide off, but we're gonna do this manually. Again, once we lift it off the tape, it won't stick down again anymore. Because I'm not adding pressure. If it's just resting on the tape, it won't stick at all. It's mainly the corners that are holding it down.
Hello? Hello? Har du drums? På Druid?
Ja,
Nej, det
er
har
det...
Prisen. Det har Prisen, det er skrevet nå.
Nå, han har, eller? Nå. Hvis jeg skal tidligt op og være far, hvem skal jeg give det? What?
So sometimes we have stuff like this, it's a bit of a delay, no big deal. Like I said, you want to do it right, and you want to do it right the first time. It's not worth
det var henne, bro.
effort to mess this up right now, not
Hvad?
patience.
Det var henne. Hvor du skulle hen?
So you might be asking, depending on the
Sure Walt, eller?
more or less, I don't find that any
Blev
particular
lige
tape does any better of a job.
Ja, du kan, det er selvfølgelig rigtigt. Du kan godt lide mig, bro, så kan jeg lige finde en. Det er nogle gange lidt bedre, når der står en med noget.
Right. So I'm gonna stop it right there because I need to get my hand into different spots. So we're gonna start squeeging it around. So we don't need to really add heat at this point. This is pretty
Dragon balls.
Stuff. We can just use our hand. Of course, we want our cut to be straight, as straight as possible. It's not the end of the world if it isn't. You can see even right here that it's not perfectly straight with me. I'm going a little bit thin over on that edge, a little bit thicker over here. Again, it's not the end of the world. It's mostly straight, so knifeless tape might have helped to keep it more straight. Again, knifeless tape doesn't always stick to rubber trim and stuff like that. So if we were to apply the knifeless tape to this edge, it may not.
Hvad med at løbe ind 3-4, 95
If we have any excess film, what we want to do is we want to roll it around and underneath a little bit. That's going to help with longevity purposes. So now let's open her a little bit more. Access to here now, which I couldn't reach before. Go back to the other side.
Mangler faktisk lige nogle legs. Men jeg kan lave om til set item, tænker jeg. Og så skal jeg have lavet det der fuel height head. Og hvorfor jeg ikke kan lave det nu, det ved jeg faktisk ikke.
tape comes off the rubber seal. So even for the knifeless tape to sit on the
Og det er fordi, jeg mangler den der, tror jeg.
it doesn't usually stick.
Jeg har ikke sådan en til at lave den high level med.
That's why I mask it off and do a freehand.
Særlig.
I'm gonna clean it up, and you guys are gonna see exactly what
Ah.
this looks like.
Der er bare lige en ny.
Clean.
Det er også sådan rimelig. 442 HP. 442 KHP.
Get this last bit out of here.
Hvordan der?
Meget værre egentlig, ja. 13% damage reduction.
I'm just gonna use
Nice.
some shield guard again. Apply a little bit more and clean up the surface.
Hvad er det, vi skal til nu? A show wall. Er det AV, eller hvad kalder vi den? A show wall.
But you're gonna see right now that there are literally 0 scratches. Okay.
Der var ham der. Vi kører. Wow.
So have a look. You tell me how many scratches you can see in there. I don't even see one. Not even one. Not even swirl marks. That's the bonus part. Is that you don't have to get this car, sit outside, and post heat it in the sun for all the swirl marks to go away. No, this is like fresh, like it's brand new. It looks a mint. Other than it's got a couple of small imperfections, no big deal, right? But we all know that it's a daily driven car, and things like that are common, right? Even on a Lamborghini, if you've driven your Lamborghini like 5 times, I'm gonna tell you that your roof's not perfect.
Hvad er det så?
Doesn't matter.
Hvad hell?
I've already proven that with
Hvad?
the roll.
Det sidder med det hell. The fuck?
The front fender, how it had imperfections in it. So. Got a little bit of adhesive there from the tape. I'll have to clean that off after. It's no big deal. But yes. Otherwise, that is a mint roof wrap. So all your hard work paid off.
Ja, kommer ham der skal han ud.
Han skrev det reload 2 minutter.
Ja.
It is.
Jeg har været ude og inde
More extensive
2 gange.
for a roof like this than a roof where the sunroof drops down and in, and one that doesn't need the knifeless tape for the drip sill trims here. They would have definitely sped things up about 15 minutes or 20 minutes or so, even maybe more. So it would have made things a bit easier. Sunroofs typically are not a big deal. This is the only one that becomes more of an issue. Again, I hope the video was informative to you guys. If you enjoyed it, give it a thumbs up. And if you guys want to see more videos, don't forget to hit the subscribe button. Again, a link to all the products and tools that I've used is in the description below. And that's it. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to thank my wife for the video. Take care.
Skal han ud, eller hvad skal han?
Det ved jeg da ikke.
Gider vi vente på det der, eller? Skal vi ikke bare videre?
Det styrer du. Det vil godt nok med noget warlock der.
Ja. Ja, så skal jeg have på den, det er rigtigt.
Hvad?
Jeg skulle da bare have den der Emissary of Water, det er da rigtigt. Ja, der kan du godt bruge din shit-ting. Er du klar til at prøve en?
Jeg kan til at glimse ud.
Det slår jeg med cooldowns på.
Hvad?
Det slår jeg med cooldowns på.
Nå, skal ikke bare poppe den?
Jo, bare i. Vi står og venter.
Fordi her der har jeg samme binds på glip, som jeg har på det, jeg kan poppe på en af de andre. Det må være derfor. Nej, det var fordi, jeg ikke fik trykket shift helt i bunden, kan jeg sige. Jeg bliver sgu beplantet.
Oh shit.
Det er ikke godt, det her.
Det er du lige fanget inden den, eller?
Jeg stod i den der blomst der, så blev de bare dræbt alle sammen ovenpå.
Jeg havde lige en eller anden ability, der lige sprang det hele i luften inden, i hvert fald. Vi begynder at bruge den der race der, den smager åbenbart rimelig vild.
Hvad er det?
Det er sådan, at min mål, den bliver lavet om til en, som laver sådan en cone foran mig. Så fik den lige der, ikke? Og der stod jo mange mobs, så lavede den lige 1.500.000.
Hvordan?
okay damage, den der race, der kan jeg se.
Hvad for en?
Den der race, den laver okay damage. Overall, der har den lavet 20%.
Hmm.
Indtil videre. Det er faktisk okay. Jeg tror stadigvæk meget af med sådan en Fairy Druid her. Og sådan en Guardian Druid. Den er sgu okay at have med sådan damage-wise også.
Jeg synes også, det var en af dem, der var growing i...
Ja, populariteten.
Ja.
Ja, det mener jeg nemlig, ja.
Men kommer man over, hvad var det, niveau 20 eller sådan noget i Keys, så er det næsten straight up warrior.
Ja, ja. Det er fordi, de har det i de eneste, der kan tage den, og det er de eneste, der kan tage pounding deroppe, tror jeg.
Det er sikkert det.
Det tror jeg.
Og så laver de også rimelig sindssygt damage warrior.
Ja, de laver meget damage, men de er også de eneste sådan, tror jeg, der kan holde til den damage, der kommer der.
Godt være det der.
Fordi de slår jo noget hårdt deroppe. Det gør de sgu. Det er ligegyldigt, vi kommer ikke til at... Nå, du kan sikkert, altså, du kan sikkert godt finde Druids deroppe, jo. Det tror jeg da. Og det er hos, for den tages skyld. Det kan du da snilt, tænker jeg. Men det er bare, altså flertal, det er vel Warriors, er det ikke?
Jo, dem der spiller competitive keys, der er næsten kun Warriors.
Ja.
Men
Du kan godt se, der på sådan 3 her, der står jeg cleaver for 60. Jo, det er sgu da okay.
Det er mere end jeg laver, når jeg skal hoppe rundt ud af så meget lort. Fast der er meget lort, man skal udenom her. Hov, det er dernede.
Inde i midten, ja. Kom bare derhen. Ja, der er meget lort, man skal udenom.
Ja.
Det er ud til, at det er Young Yeezy, som får mest ud af den der afbrudte handel der.
Ud af hvad?
Ud af den der afbrudte handel der.
Og det, hvad er det for noget handel?
Jamen det er, at jeg skal kalde med... Er det der smager, de vil have ham?
Nå, nej, ja.
Ja, je.
Der er ingen tvivl om, han er jo meget større end det der så. Bro, du løb lige væk fra mig.
Jamen det var fordi, at de der de kom, så jeg var nødt til at...
Jo, men nu ejer vi. Det er ikke blevet clearet.
Ja. Hvor det går.
Ja.
Vi er vist rimelig med på tiden. Vi står til at miste 1,2 milliarder i omsætning. Eller i indtægter. Milliarder euro.
Jo, men de der Yeezys, de er jo meget større end Adidas.
Ja.
Der er jo ikke nogen i dag, der køber Adidas tøj. Altså.
Yeez.
Jamen, det er jo det, altså, hvem fanden køber
de
Adidas?
sælger jo de sælger rigtig mange af deres bare der standard lortesko jo til, du ved,
Ja,
altså,
men det er
alle
jo
mulige
bare sådan noget,
supermarkeder,
du ved, det er jo sådan noget Bilka er lort og sådan noget.
Jo, men det er der jo rigtig mange, der går i.
Der er jo ikke nogen, der køber det som brand mere. Altså, for det er folk, de er jo fucking ligeglade med, om det hedder Adidas, og i hvert fald i den her del af verden. Fuck that. Det er sgu kun Nike, der har brand og sådan noget i forhold til det. Ja, altså. De der firmaer, de er kraftedeme så woke, det gør helt ondt.
Ja, det er ulækkert.
Det har du ikke også set, det ved jeg ikke, om du har set, men Airbnb, de canceler folk, som kender folk, som ikke er woke. Altså, hvad er det, der foregår? Det er sådan en eller anden, det var en, hun hedder Lauren Southern, eller sådan et eller andet. Hun er med på det der Timcast en gang imellem. Sådan en konservativ. Hendes forældre, de var blevet bandet fra, fordi de kendte hende. Prøv lige, hvad er det, der foregår?
Ja, det er fandme vildt.
Det er kraftedeme sindssygt. Det er man med håbe, Airbnb, de bare går ned og hjemme på at lave sådan nogle stunts.
Ja, det kan man jo ikke.
De er også, de er jo også, Top G, han blev opbandet på Airbnb.
Ja.
Det er simpelthen for latterligt, altså.
Ja, fuldstændig.
Det giver jo ingen fuck mening, altså.
Overhovedet ikke.
Nej, the chances.
Jeg tror, vi klarer den her. Jeg klæder bare lige med dig. Tror jeg, det var, gør ikke? Jo. Jeg kan lige tage den på den her. Det er da godt sat med lidt længe før, skal jeg se. Synes jeg. Umiddelbart er der noget, der tyder det umiddelbart på, at det godt kunne blive en halv lang dag i morgen.
Okay.
Ja. Ja, det kommer an på, hvad de siger deroppe, jo.
Ja.
Hvad de gerne vil.
Ja, jeg synes godt nok... Det er vildt nok, at man er helt derude, hvor folk, som ikke er enige med en, de bare bliver banned for der er et folks lort.
Så ikke er enig med mainstream, så er du sgu ude.
Jamen, det er jo helt galt. Altså.
Ja, fuldstændig. Den føles lidt mere tanky nu her. Druiden. Den der, hvor man lige er i gang med at pulle. Og så midtpull, så tænker man, der var noget med, at det var ikke en særlig fed uge at pulle stort i. Og selv liv, så skal det nok gå. Jeg har mig selv.
Så Kone Maestro. Jeg er ikke helt tilfreds med den der Kone der.
Okay. Jeg skal godt forstå, at han fandt det rundt sådan noget lort på hovedet.
Den er pisse træls. Du ved, den bliver bunket ind i alting.
Ja.
Men Marianne, hun er ved at sy et par bukser, så hun ikke kan slikke i såret.
Nå, så kan hun godt få den af, eller?
Ja, for hun er jo vant til at have de der... hun er jo vant til at have...
på der.
Ja, blæbukser på, når det...
Det er running time.
Det er running time, ja. Så det kan godt være, det er bedre.
Ja. Ja, det tænker jeg da.
Vi fik sådan en med hjem fra vores egen dyrlæge til nogle bukser, men de er mega stive i det, så hun kan ikke sådan rigtig bøje benet og sådan noget.
Mm.
Og hun skal jo helst ikke have immobiliseret det der ben der. Det er stiv nok i forvejen.
Og jeg tænker også, de der ting, de laver, som er sådan stive, det er jo lige så meget for, at hun ikke kan få fat i det.
Jo, men hun skal jo kunne bøje benet, når hun går rundt.
Jo.
Så den er ikke en vinder, men hun har bare lige taget, du ved, mønstret, og så kører hun ud for det. Men ja. Jeg ved sgu ikke, hvor længe hun skal have den der kone på der. Men må ikke, hun skal have den indtil stingene, de skal...
Det tænker jeg.
Og problemet er, at man kan sgu ikke tage den af hende, fordi... Eller i hvert fald ikke, når man ikke har øjne på hende, fordi hun går lige i det.
Ja, det er fucking det. Prøv at forestille dig, hvor fucking nederen det er, det der.
Ja.
Det må føles sådan en hund. Fordi du kan ikke forklare dem, at det er ikke noget, det går væk igen. Nogle af det er frustrerende, det er, at du kan bare lige sige til hunden. På her, der går ikke særlig længe, så er det så drillet lidt med.
Nej, men jeg tror nu heller ikke, hun... Jeg tror ikke, hun har ondt i det.
Dem op, gør vi ikke? De giver, hvor meget giver det? De giver 4 for tønt. Det synes sgu da, vi at tage det, vi plejer, så.
Ja, mangler vi ikke også lidt?
Men der kommer ikke flere mobs, bro.
Nå, for helvede.
Der er de 2 boss tilbage, jo.
Kan vi så ikke teleport efter bossen?
Jo, det er vi jo nødt til. Ellers så skal vi lige tage de her 3 herude, jo. Så ser vi lige, hvordan det passer.
Der må være nogen, vi kommer til at skip, så.
Det synes jeg så er det, jeg plejer, så.
Det kan godt være, de har ændret procenterne, det ved jeg da ikke.
Og se, vi mangler 5%.
Satan, de der frøer, de er bare pisseirriterende.
Det er kraftigt ikke nok, det her. 2, 3. Nej. Hvor fanden har jeg skibet det ind hen? Nå, jo. Det er helt mange 1%, ja. Der var ikke mere derude på stien eller noget. Ja.
Det synes jeg ikke.
Jeg skal ikke buff til ham, bro.
Hvad? Fuck, man, Demonology, Warlocks, det er bare sådan en fucking zoologisk have, altså, hvad sker der?
Ja, de skulle væk efterhånden. Men det er jo nu, vi er ved at være hen, hvor ej stiger, hva'?
Jo,
Og
men er
venter
det
næsten
ikke...
først til Hummer.
Jeg tror faktisk, det er... Destro, næsten lige blevet buffet. Det er jo vist bedre nu.
Ja, det var på tide. Det er sidste expansion, der, altså, der dominated, der var fuldstændig.
For helvede, så spawner sådan en fældegard.
Mm.
Den kender sgu ikke, den tag.
Ja. Ja, den her boss, man skal der, eller hvad?
Oh, man.
Det var sikkert noget med de her. Hej, Albus, kommer du der og forstyrrer? Nok godt.
Hvad så?
Han døde bare et eller andet, ham der døden.
Nej. Nej. Helvede, altså.
Jeg blev lige nok, så jeg kunne ikke tage ham.
Nej, nu står jeg bare stunned i en af de der
Ja.
zones der.
I got you, bro.
Ja, nu dør vi til de her fractures så.
Nej, vi går ned. Snilt tage en, skal ikke noget. Men den er ikke sjov for ham hele han. Men jeg ved ikke, hvorfor vi ikke får... Nå. Det var, jeg lige skulle smide drums for, så. Kommer ind bagved der. Og den døde også.
Hvor er den der CP-fætter?
Og ham. Eller, fuck er han?
Hvor er den henne? Er den der? Hvor tager vi hen bare...
Bare op. Heller. Det kommer heller.
Skal vi dræbe den der shrieking bandit der, eller hvad? Er det nok? Jeg håber, jeg kraftede med.
Der kommer det her inde i midten nu.
Jo, men er det ikke træls?
Det går nok. Det er det ikke så slemt. Men jo, det er da ikke noget, man gider. Altså, det er jo noget, man undgår.
Giver de så bare op nu? Nej, det gør de.
Ja, så stopper det jo. Crystal Champions, Chambers,
Det er sjovt, der er ikke en til at teleport det sidste stykke ned.
Mm. Hvad fik du at give?
Jeg fik en Ruby Life Fools 12.
Mm. En eller anden næk her.
Nå, ligegyldigt næk.
Ja, rimelig. Også that shit. Jeg har faktisk en 14 Academy, men det skal nok være på din mail, hvis vi skal lave det en gang. Skal du have nækken til, eller har du fået lavet din Lariat?
Jeg har Lariat.
Hvad var det, du sagde, du fik i Ruby?
Ja, 12. Hvad vi
Der
kan
har jeg lavet en
downgrade den
14'er
til
på
en
i den
10
her
eller
uge.
så. Hvad?
Jamen, der har jeg lavet en 14'er på i den her uge.
Bare
Det var bare
downgrade
lige for
den.
at se, om der var noget, der var godt lige...
Hvad har du, Ki, på den der?
Jeg har en 14'er Academy. Så det mangler jeg faktisk. Og i forhold til mere score. Hvad fanden mangler jeg ellers? Jeg mangler... Sidste uge, der skulle jeg køre noget med. I den uge, så mangler jeg 4 dungeons. Få
Skal du
dem
så
op
i
over 10.
Academy, eller hvad?
Med den der, eller hvad?
Jeg kan bare tage Priesten eller Rogumus der.
Den du helst vil have en 14'er på.
Du vil helst have en 14'er på den her, men...
Jeg tror, vi kommer til at lagge DPS, tror jeg. Jeg ved sgu ikke.
Jo, det tror jeg. Den er jo kun eye level 380, den er.
Ja, okay. Ja, så gør vi nok. Det er så, jeg beder lige hurtigt lige holde op.
Men det er bare fordi, jeg vil gerne have lavet den der 4 med The Class Dungeons på den her bandit.
Så tager vi bare en med, så tager vi bare det en. Bare lave groups til den, så du får lige tage.
Det er Ruby, eller hvad? Skal vi lave den på en 12'er, eller skal vi lave den på lidt lavere?
Ja, bare lave en 10'er. Du mangler nu her, eller?
Hvad?
Den sidste, du mangler nu her, eller? Bare lav mig lidt.
Jeg mangler 2. Skal jeg tage ham med 390?
Nej, bare lav mig lidt. Så kan det være, der kommer nogle bager. Hvor det skal hen? Life pills. Life pills. The life is melting at the poles. Ja.
Præcis.
Hvor meget lavede Glacial Fury egentlig? Den lavede 3 millioner. 8% damage alligevel. Det var alligevel en del.
Hold da fast, der er Dark derovre på den anden side af.
Dæk. Hvad kommer der? Så var det en 404 og en...
Godt nok en virkelig... Det er godt nok en loaded pæs, ham der... Holiski Poski.
Så han har en main, han har connected, hvis nu det er en ny en. Teratos, han kunne godt være okay, faktisk.
Så grab ham.
Godt. Jeg er lige ved at tjekke ham den anden, hvad han har der. Der er en tank, der har han lavet 10, der har han 1700 på hans main, ham der Højski.
Nok bare virkelig low level. Ja. 359, det er det med low.
Jeg er virkelig væk, ja. Det duer ikke, det der. Det duer ikke med ham. Kan vi bruge til noget? Skal vi bruge til noget der? Vi skal have 8 af det akkord, bro.
Uha. Hvad så, Friksen Duts? Hun står bare og skuler til mig.
En gal.
Ej, jeg tror ikke, hun kan lige blive hurtigt. Budak.
Jeg skal ikke, om han må være. Jeg tænkte, ja, han det går, det har jeg aldrig set før. Det vil jeg gerne lige se, hvad de kan.
Han er en rimelig højt gearet Warlock. Og hvad hedder det? Både Warlock og Druid i Looking for Groove.
Uden han er fart. Ham skal vi ikke med, han er bare godt gear. Nej, han er ikke rigtig DPS'et, kan jeg se. Ham der, han er ikke lidt. Han laver 2 10'er, ham der lokken der. Altså, han har en okay gear jo. Han har 2 set parts, han har spillet demo. Eller hvad?
Vi skal i hvert fald have en ranged.
Nej, han spiller sgu Destro, tror jeg, ham der. Ja, vi skal have en ranged. Hallo.
Nej, men hvad så? Der er, hvad så?
Er vi klar til en range, eller hvad, bro, tror du?
Det ved jeg ikke. Hvis du føler det, så er det fint for mig. Jeg er sgu ligeglad. Jeg tror bare, den bliver rough.
Det er selvfølgelig et healer-problem.
Det kan man sige. Hej, Snudi. Vi kan da prøve.
Vi kører bare med dem der, fuck det. Så må det sgu...
Det er jo
det
kun
er sgu...
10 jo.
Ja, det er en ret af dig. Det er bare... Ikke? Det er ikke håndelig.
Vi to sikkert, bro. Jeg kan ikke lige hjælpe med at samle. Marianne, hun skal lige have hjælp her.
Du bare tryk på den.
Jamen, jeg har lige ryggen til computeren.
Hallo, jeg skal med hjælp.
You're welcome. Hallo.
Ej, I må ikke se mere bundegård.
Hvem må ikke se mere bundegård?
Ja, ja.
Tror du folk, de kommer ind, eller tror de bare står derude?
Oh. Hvad har han ikke taget sammen, eller hvad?
600.
Hvor satan, der var op der.
Så han skulle nok også samle ham der homeboyen der.
Okay. Ikke fidus. Har du set, hvad har du i den kommet ud derinde? Hvad har jeg regnet for, at det ophold blev på? På 80.000. Ja.
Og lav en timer. Hvad er det bugget? Forbandet lort! Hvad? Jeg kan ikke... så sker der noget. What the fuck? Jeg puttede den i 4 gange. Forbandet lort! Det er det, jeg har at sige om det.
Hvis? Ah. Det er nok ikke mere. Hvad er det så, du laver egentlig?
Hvad er det, der foregår her?
Jeg er nogen, der tager noget damage.
Det er man vist roligt at sige. Man skal jo lige undersøge den, mor.
Det er noget mærkeligt. Ja.
2 sekunder efter pakken skrev han.
Ja. Jeg er slet ikke klar på. Altså, jeg kan ikke læse. Hvad siger du? Ej, hyggeligt. Hvad? Er det hyggeligt, nu?
Men det er hyggeligt. Ja. Mor, hun er god, hun er. Hun er god, en mor. Så kan du sove med et bukseben på i nat. Det finder vi ud af. Hun ligner ikke en, der har lyst til at komme ned. Det ved jeg heller ikke.
Altså det her plastik. Kun lige på, der er nærmest en helt til siden.
Og et eller andet, der er nok bag. Det vidste jeg sgu ikke lige.
Det er tidligt om morgenen. Det skal jeg. Er du bare helt tilbage og lægge noget, Mutti? Ej, ikke efter du sådan smadrer det hele.
For helvede. Ej, det var min skyld. Ej, det var mig og Pølle nu. Daniel, han skulle lige ind. De har en syg en. Er det ikke fjord eller sådan noget? Er det helt tosset? Nå. Ja, det har hun gjort. Det er sådan, hun blev opereret i hvert fald. Også lidt før. Ja. Mm. Hun er hanekam. Nå. Den har meget liv, den her bandit. Nej. Det var heldigvis ikke mig den her gang. Mm. Ej, det skal ind i morgen tidlig.
Morgen tidligt.
Og snak. De ved ikke, hvad de skal endnu. Sikkert.
Jo.
Augustapiller. Hvad fanden er augustapiller?
Ostepille.
Ja, ostepille, ja.
Hvad fanden er ostepille?
Augustapiller, siger hun.
Ja, augustapiller. Ja, ja. Det vil have noget. Babuskapiller. Angusta. Mongoose. Det er bare op i røv med dem.
Op i røven med dem?
Ja, det skal bare op i røv. Kom der baby ud.
Fedt.
Kan man bare gøre. Det er mig, der er ham den store her, Honchi.
Der er der dragen.
Ja, ham her.
Ja.
Det var ham der.
Og babydragen.
Babydragen, de er ikke lige med i dag. Det er ikke tid. Hvad er det? Det er ikke tid, sagde de.
Må jeg gerne snart få en natlys?
Hold.
Jeg ved ikke, den var væk.
Jeg går bare væk.
Jeg tror bare, hun bliver siddende. Så ser sådan ud. Jeg hygger mig,
Så du var bare væk.
siger hun. Og jeg gaber og hygger.
Men hun spiller ikke.
Det er jo ikke
Jeg skal sådan noget.
og hun kan måske bedre ånden igennem det.
Hun sidder i baggrunden og er ved at sy bukser til frit.
Ja, og de er færdige.
Nå, så hun kan komme af med hendes kejl og med hals.
Dem bliver hun sikkert glad for.
Det tror jeg da. Hun er vant til at gå med blæ, når hun er hund. Ja. Hvad så? Vil han ud nu? Ja. Så skal vi nok gøre noget lige om lidt. Når jeg lige er færdig her. Så for sådan. Kæft, men det lige værd. Nej, det gik galt.
Det kan godt være, at vi skal have der på tirsdag, hun skal have begge dele på. Nej, du skal lade den være. Jamen det skal du. Okay. Hold op med det.
Så er det. Healeren, han døde.
Jeg gjorde, hvad jeg kunne for
Jeg
at
er ikke
ræbe alle de
dårlig.
der ting.
Det var en explosion. Eller flere. Fucking explosions, kan du fatte det? Nå. Så lad være med at fatte det. Du kan ikke fatte noget, nej.
Det er meget vild pulle.
Ja. Ja, det var det. Jeg havde egentlig meget godt styr på det. Lige indtil, at der var nogen, der glemte at tage en pose. Hvad?
XR.
XR. Nej, jeg skal sgu ikke trykke X. Jeg skal ikke trykke på noget af det, du siger, jeg skal trykke på, så dør jeg sgu.
Nej, man kan ikke dø i det spil.
Gør man ikke det?
Det prøvede jeg da her af.
Hvor er du det?
Så er det lige meget, hvor dårlig jeg var til at spille den pony der, så ved jeg ikke.
Nå. Ja, det er fordi, du er meget god. Når jeg er jo ikke lige så god, så kan man godt dø. Kan du lige undervise mig, hvordan man gør det her? Må du gerne. Ja, tanken, honey. Ah. Oh. Ja, de kan slå på mig. Det er meningen, de skal slå på mig. De skal helst ikke slå på de andre. De kan holde til det, jo. Det er pis. Ja. Lad ham ballade.
Det føles som om, han er...
Prøv at springe i den fisse. Ja. Jamen, så må du jo ind og ligge med benene opad. Sig det bør. Åh. Så ser den gider ud. Han bor derinde for ever. For evigt. Det er ligesom også med playback, han synger.
Men det skal passe, han har tænkt sig at bruge papir.
Ja, med dit held, så gør han jo nok. Så kan du hilse på ham en gang. Oh.
Han bliver en vandmand.
Hvad er det?
Stjernetegn.
Nå, det tror jeg ikke.
Stadig i satan.
Nå, om ham, om hvad han bliver for en. Det er noget med, at vi skal have den her, skal vi ikke, bro?
Hvad?
Vi skal have den her drage her, der kommer nu her.
Det tror jeg.
Fuck, er den?
Kom her.
Ikke nok væk. Det er ikke hårdt, den der udenfor.
Snapper mig igen.
Hvad det ved ikke, hvad Marianne hun snapper. Snak med hende om det.
Marianne, hun har gået ind i seng.
Det er hendes bukser til frik, og hun snapper.
Nå.
Har hun været dog kun at lave et ben?
Så hun bruger et ben.
Så det er buks.
Nej.
Hun er kun blevet opereret i det ene ben, jo.
Så er det ikke en buks, så er det skånearm, siger hun.
Så kalder vi det skånearm.
Så kalder vi det skålearm. Ja, skånearm.
Er det et arm, når det ikke er...
Når det ikke er til armen?
Når det ikke er til en arm, men til et ben? Eller hedder det bukser så?
Det er et stort spørgsmål i livet her.
Hun har lige fået de ops derude, altså hvad fanden foregår der?
Jamen altså, jeg kan ikke ordne det hele. Jeg kan ikke både være ude med den der og inde med den der. Og... Altså, der må også godt være nogle andre, der laver et eller andet en gang imellem her. Jeg var lige ved at eskortere den der living bomb ud, jo.
Hvad siger du? 100%. Hvorfor vil man skjule en radiator, når det er den, der giver varmen? Jeg kan sgu ikke få meget alene. Nå.
Ren og ved ham.
Ja. Hvad skal jeg sige? Hun er gået i seng. Sasser, det er den alder. Au. Ja.
For helvede, jeg sidder og sover.
Hvorfor viser du det til resten af? Jeg var gamer, boy.
Hvad sker der? Du skal ikke snappe til Nadja. Og du skal ikke snappe mig til Nadja. Vi bliver snappet lige nu.
Yeah, I know. I know, bro. Hvad er det, vi bliver snappet? I tror, I skal til at finde på noget andet at lave, I to gravide. Altså, simpelthen for meget tid, når man er gravid.
Det er jo kæmpe kommandocentral, det her.
Det er kun det andet, det der er hendes.
Ja, det er sindssygt.
Snakker han? Jeg har kun en skål af nødder, du har spist, og så den der... Ja, han bor derinde.
Ja, jeg bor herinde.
Han sover derinde.
Jeg sover herinde, ja.
Fordi man fucking ikke kan sove, siden han er gravid. Derfor.
Det kan jeg ikke være så.
Nej, undskyld. Men det kan man bare ikke.
Har han fået mere skæg?
Og det ved jeg ikke. Prøv at snappe mig igen og spørg.
Hvad nu?
Om du har fået mere skæg, det kan hun lige spørge mig om. Hvad? Har du ikke mere strøm på? Det var sgu da øs. Hun måske ikke snappe så meget. Jeg troede allerede, du havde børstet tænder. Min hund, den ligger vel inde i sengen nu? Og hvad? Du kan ikke se ham. Altså, der er godt nok meget lige at holde styr. Hvorfor er der den der pack, den blev pullet ind? Var det mig? Nej, det var der. Der var en eller anden, der pullede det i hvert fald. Det var ikke mig den her gang. Hvem der? Og det er jo. Hvad siger mig, der det er hun? Der er sgu da ikke andre. Ja, det er jo det, ikke under mit. Nå. Thunderous Downburst Ring, den skal jeg have. Den har jeg. Hvad så mange skal jeg tage nummer 2? Der skal jeg have Dual Sickness of Melandrus. Skal vi det her? Fordi min Mila, det er jo min nummer 4 ting. Hvad er det med dem? Bider han bare. Han fucking keder sig, siger han. Hvem? Alvus. Nå. Skal jeg lege med ham? Hvorfor? Er det mig altid? Det er ikke lege med mig. Nej. Det kan man jo tænke lidt over, hvorfor han ikke vil. Det er der nogen, der er lidt for kedelige. Ja, det tror jeg også, det er sådan noget. Skal jeg bare gå? Nej, den drage, der står der, det er den drage, der kommer et eller andet sted. Det er sidste spørgsmål. Vi mangler faktisk kun lige dem her, og så det der 4 derovre bagved, så kommer sidste spørgsmål, så er vi færdige. Okay. Der er faktisk nok ikke lige der. Andreas, der kan gå. Ja, dem. Det er dem, siger han. Det er dem, siger han. Hvad? Det er han seriøst ud. Det kan jo også ske, han er det, jo. Det kan man jo godt gå ind og blive. Har vi... skal ikke bare drum off the bat? Bare drum it up, som man siger. Det nye, det er jo, at man nakker den her lorteseng her. Ravn, eller hvad? Ja. Nå, det er bedre. Ja, det siger det. Ude på kollegierne derude. Jeg ved hvorfor. Jeg vil så ikke, man har nogle range DPS'er. Den kommer der, kan man sige. Jo, men det er lang tid, man skal vente på, hvor man ikke kan slå på noget. Jo, så slår man jo bare på ham, ja. Hold da fast, så bliver der lige tatoveret over det hele her. Ja, genau. Gayaka, help me. Ja, hun er ved at blive reddet, ja. Det er fordi, hun skal til at sove. Hvad nu? Hvad er det med røven? Aha.
Jeg droppede ikke en skid sådan noget, mand.
Knuckles. Det er jo god. Vi kan godt bruge de der Dragon Knuckles der.
En pølsedrap. Og det er det eneste droppet.
2 gange pølse back.
Nå, hvad fik vi? Jade Serpent 11.
Nå. In the beds.
Hvad?
Hvornår kalder jeg i seng? Ja, vi vandt mega meget.
Sådan, drengene.
Tak. Ja, hvor den bamsen skal med. Det er jo godt. Så er vi da klar. Så kører bussen. Hello?
Hello?
Good night.
Peace.